I'm having trouble with my chat. So just give me, sorry, my music's so loud. Just give me like 2 minutes to try and work this out. I'm kind of amazed how I run into the same issue time and time and time again. Okay, why is my YouTube saying it's only been live for 1 minute and 43 seconds? What the helly? You've been live for 10 minutes. It lies. Oh no. What happens if I quit OBS completely and I open it back up but I don't end the stream? Does the stream automatically end? This is just shocking. Guys, I'm stopping and I'm starting again. Can YouTube tell me if you're live? Like if you can see things? Can Twitch, can anyone tell me? Can you write and tell me what's happening? If you see me, let me know. Okay. So YouTube, you don't see me. So the Twitch is back. Is the YouTube back? Can I get a hey yo from the YouTube? I got Twitch chats. I got no YouTube chats, but I got no Twitch viewers. Okay. Guess what then? You get to see me because you're participating. Everything is wrong. Hi guys. I gotta turn the music off. Shh. Okay, there we go. Everything's sorting itself out. How is everybody this morning, this evening? 12th Imam update. He's both here, but hidden. Still. Guys, I made the funniest emote, but I didn't upload it. Fuck. It's me, but I'm the Ayatollah. Yes. My dog cost me over $1,000 last night for a sore tummy. But we don't complain because a sore tummy can be deadly. We love the dog, but the dog was expensive. The dog was very upset and guys, all this dog does is cost me money. I've never loved something so much. So it's fine. Because when I think about my money and like all of the things I could spend it on, I would never choose to spend it on anything over him. But a girl gotta live. Girl gotta pay rent. Girl gotta pay for bills. And he's an expensive dog for, mind you, a rescue. Not even a fancy dog, okay? Not even a fancy dog. But I just paid for his second knee replacement the end of December, okay? Which they're not cheap, by the way. They're about $7K. $7K a knee. We just got through his second, and then he goes and starts overreacting and not settling. And my dogs, look, they say dogs are like their owners. If there's one thing my dogs know how to do, it's lie down. It's have a rest. We're a big resting family. And so when my dogs don't rest, we know it's serious, okay? So yeah, little Mr. Man, and he was, you know how dogs get where they're like panting and they're upset and they're like staring at you as if to say, please help me. Like, please help me. But what I love the most about this dog is he's never sick or injured during vet's opening hours. This dog is allergic to getting injured or ill when the vet is open. So you call, you're like, hey, obviously you're going to tell me I don't have to bring this dog in, right? Because he's panting and he won't settle and his tummy's a little bit full and he keeps trying to vomit, but that's just going to pass, right? He's just feeling a bit nauseous and like, bring him in now or he'll die. And a minimum $400. Okay. It's fine. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you for tipping. You're the sweetest. I appreciate it. But I just put it up there because I'm trying to be a better streamer and ask for things. But I don't like asking for things. And you guys know this about me. So please, just because that's up there, it's not a requirement to give me money. This is money I spent on my dog because it's my dog. So, you know, I just put it up there because before it was like, pay me. Now at least you know what the money's going toward. Okay, guys. Also, I was meant to be monitoring the situation last night. That's the biggest issue, is that for an entire night, the situation went unmonitored. That is the most upsetting part of it all. And that's stressful. How did you guys cope without the situation being monitored? Were you okay? Damn, I got so many. I'm a little cup heavy on this desk. I'm not going to lie to you. They're all empty, but my hands. Morning, watcher. I don't know what is the best. I think someone always takes their cut at the end of the day. You slept? Only mildly panicked. Guys, some big things happened, but a bred dog would have been more respectful. I actually think my dog was like, you're giving too much attention to the Ayatollah and not enough attention to me, which as a drama queen, I respect and understand. Oh, there are people out here pretending they can monitor the situation. Sorry, Angie, YouTube works as well. I just have to, guys, I promise I'm going to put in some work to fix the YouTube side of shit up, okay? I promise. You're going to get emotes, you're going to get badges, you're going to get little alerts on stream. I just need to work it out. I just need to focus. Oh, far out. Okay, just give me a sec. See, I'm not professional. Stream info. We need to go back to monitoring the situation. There we go. Guys, I want you to know something. There's a few things that we need to talk about briefly before we properly monitor the situation. Because sometimes there are like headlines. They're things that I think need to be mentioned, but I don't necessarily have a whole lot to say about them. They're just things I want to flag for your attention. Okay? I would gladly sing about the situation. Why is it saying that? Oh, I thought I fixed it just now. Okay, first thing to note about the situation that we're not going to go into but must be noted is that apparently Ahmadinejad is alive. Apparently they lied to us and he's out there alive. He's made appearances. So, oh my God, my shit is not working today. Holy shit. It's upset with me. Did this just crash? There we go. No, okay. So Ahmadinejad not dead. Okay, that's one thing that's just worth knowing. I hope that works for you. Ahmadinejad is an ex-president who was very famous at a time when Iran was particularly big in the political imaginary of America. What do you mean by the US bombed an Indian ship? Are you talking about the Iranian ship near Sri Lanka? With a bad bitch who came from Sri Lanka. That was, at the time I was like, yo, not a big deal. Because I was thinking tactically, right? I was like, tactically bombing a ship near Iran, near Sri Lanka, doesn't count because they were just there for a civilian thing. But they're kind of acting like they downed the fucking Bismarck shit. You know what I mean? They're acting like they have taken out one of the most impressive battleships. And I can't understand. There's so many things where I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck in terms of like, why did this happen? Guys, I don't want to do too much monitoring of the situation until we let some people get here. Because otherwise I just have to remonitor. Then we're doing a whole lot of monitoring just to remonitor. I really want to try and play the Sporkle game, but you guys are going to fucking distract me. They left, okay. It does have to be said. And I'm like, truly, I'm genuinely on the general West's side, right? Like, as I have told you many times, when it comes to the world, I support a unipolar world, and I support a unipolar world where America is the global hegemon. Even when they're playing up, when I look at my options, it's sadly still the best option, okay? So when I criticize the United States, please don't think that it's because I'm like, fuck yeah, up the Ayatollah. No, okay? But we gotta not be letting people drown in the ocean because it's a fucking war crime. And I don't understand. Why do it? Why? And you've got Sri Lanka out here being like, we're going to save these people. Please don't fuck with our shit for following the law, please. We're neutral, please. We just want to save these fucking sailors, please. Please don't fuck our shit up. Good morning, Shuck. So guys, oh, fuck. It's all right. Stop freaking out. Scotland, one accent I cannot do and must not attempt. Okay, so shit just quickly though before we actually monitor the situation, which we will be doing. Things worth mentioning. Ahmadinejad alive, like the 12th Imam. He was always with us. He was just hidden. Okay. That ship, I don't know why they're making such a big deal out of it. But maybe some of my blue names can tell me why it's such a big deal. Oh, also, the US tests nuclear-capable Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. That's a nuclear-capable ICBM. I don't know. I don't like it. Torpedoing an unarmed ship that's just gone to be at like a naval parade and then being like sucked in, die motherfuckers. It's like, and you did this for what? Wait, size. Because someone wrote a tweet that knows nothing about international law or history and it ran in the leftist circles. So is it not illegal to let people drown? Because I thought that was. But I am totally willing, as always, to be wrong. It's rare, but I'm willing. They blapped it with a sub, so that probably has less to do, had less crew than potential survivors. Doesn't have a giant brig to capture people. Oh, so they can't rescue it because it's a sub. Okay. Good point, I guess. Then just don't do it. I don't know. I don't know why you did it. For all intents and purposes, you know, the Nazi that took over after Hitler sliced him. What the Wallach, how have you written this shit? I always, you know what should be illegal under maritime law? A double text. And yet I do it every day. I don't give a shit. Okay, guys. It's okay. I can't speak Wallach. International law doesn't really apply. I do, yeah, as I said, I do find it funny when people are doing this analysis. Like, I have literally, there is no point in me explaining law to you or being like, well, under international law, hey, Tom, under international law, this is not okay. Because, like, okay, we're past that. I'm sorry, we're past that. We officially, like, that's done. Oh, there's a really great article that someone wrote. They were in the British, it's a New Statesman. I thought we could give it a read. And it's very rare to get to read like a live, normally you read them in retrospect, like years later down the line when someone's writing a memoir and they're like reflecting on something. This person's reflecting on being in the British Foreign Office when all of international law just kind of fell apart. I'll get it up so that we can have a read. Also, Jay, I meant to reply to the thing. I haven't replied because I've been thinking about it, but I think you're kind of right. But also it just kind of does, it's the same thing. It doesn't really matter because the same people aren't involved anymore. But they were pointing conventional weapon at them. Okay, this is the problem though, Blinky Beaver. This is what I mean. It's like, okay, they should have rescued the survivors because that's under the Geneva Convention. It's kind of like, yeah, they shouldn't have bombed Iran. That was also illegal. I don't know. There was no imminent, you can't have a 9-year imminent threat. You can't have, they had a conventional army and that meant that they may have in the future been able to develop a nuclear weapon. That can't be what we're using as imminent threat. Oh, wait, but I saw the funniest clip. Let me find it. It's the new, guys, I love all the language that's being invented. Pixar's like trying to get me to make a new video, and I'm just like, I don't know what I want to make a video about. And like she was talking to me about maybe doing one on the language of, because I was thinking about doing one on like the WWE politics of the current administration. Then I was thinking about doing one on new international relations concepts which can be operationalized given that we've abandoned international law, right? And then I was also thinking about doing one on like language and concepts that are unique to a mugger. Did I delete it? What the fuck? No, I didn't. Thank God. Guys, check this out. This is our new phrase. Wait. Why can't you hear that? Because you're minus 63. That'll do.
Everybody has concluded to be an imminent threat against the United States of America. Year in, year out. Iran has been an imminent threat against us because they have never...
Guys, year in, year out, Iran has been an imminent threat. That is a forever imminent threat. That is a constant, permanent, omnipresent, imminent threat.
Never faced an imminent response until President Trump.
An imminent response.
What did they face instead? They faced negotiations that told them how much uranium they could enrich. When everybody has concluded to be an imminent threat against the United States of America, year in, year out, Iran has been an imminent threat against us because they have never faced an imminent response until President Trump.
That's not how those words work. That's not how those words work. But it's fine. That's a shiny head. I personally like a shiny head. I think if you're going to go bald, it should be shiny. Hi, Peep. You don't trust bald men? Fair enough. An imminent threat. Guys. Chronic imminence. Permanent security. Okay. Hang on. Bald men scare you? You guys? I think I've mentioned this before, but I maintain the dumbest thing that Elon Musk ever did was get a hair transplant. When what he should have done was go bald and get like a really good jaw filler, because baldness is actually a hypermasculine feature. It's something we consider to be hypermasculine. And if he had spent the money on like defining his more masculine features, he would have looked way better. I think I can even find a photo for you. I found it before. You'll see. It would have been better. Maybe I deleted it. Bezos, man, like, yes. No. You guys are just going to have to trust me. I've already look-smacked him in the past. If he went bald intentionally and put jaw filler in his jaw, it would have been way better. But he went and got a hair transplant. Remember when he was doing that Hitler haircut for a while? Where he was like shaving the sides down? I would take Lex Luthor allegations. Okay, guys. We'll do a quick monitor. Then I'll play my little game. Okay? You're too beautiful for chat. I believe it. I actually was thinking about it. I probably have the best looking chat. I'm not bald, but I have extensions. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Oh my God. Hi, Joe. Long time caller, first time listener. I usually get my US news exclusively from the desk of Congressman John Rutherford, and I need to ask, exactly how big is the furry they deployed in Iran? And have we identified the persona? No, we haven't, but we know it's occurred. In my mind, I imagine you all as hot. So don't ever send me pictures of yourselves. I love what I've got going on. Guys, I don't want to know about Elon Musk's member, okay? I don't want to know about it. Okay, guys, let's just monitor quickly. Anything important? US President Trump demands Iran's unconditional surrender. I saw this thing and it was very fun. It was like Donald Trump demands to pick the next Ayatollah. And someone was like, by this logic, I get to pick my ex's next girlfriend. Okay. I'm not seeing anything that's stressing me. Obviously, everyone's stressed about the oil and the LNG. We've already covered that, though, because we're ahead of everything. We've already monitored that situation. We haven't monitored Azerbaijan. How does monitoring the situation work? I'm glad you asked, Anora. So, what we do is with this handy-dandy little map that gives us up-to-date OSINT updates on what's happening on the ground, okay? So we check to make sure that nothing crazy is happening, you know, that Kuwait hasn't downed any more American planes. They're really trying their best to set a record. And then I, famous pre-thinker, go over some things that I think are necessary for you to know in order to properly interpret events that are happening in the conflict. So, for instance, we've gone over Iran's political system. We've gone over Shia Islam. We've gone over... What else have we gone over? We've gone over all sorts of fun things. We might do some reactions to things, but generally... we're monitoring the situation. We've gone over who may be the next Ayatollah. We've gone over all sorts of... What have we gone over, guys? We've gone over all things. Oh, I watched that Josiah video, Faith. It was so fucking funny. I can't believe she got fired as well. That's what happens when you shoot a fucking puppy. You know? Why are you driving through it? Be safe, peep. Just give me 1 second. Hold you back together, and if that's true, you just have to taste me. Okay. Yeah, subscribe to me and give me subs, please. Oh, Peep, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. What do I want to go through? We have some things I want to read. I really want to watch this. Let's just watch this quickly. because I want to watch this little short excerpt on CNN because I like this guy. I want to hear what he has to say. Hey, Kevin. The problem, something interesting with closing the strait is that they don't have to close the strait, right? And we already learnt this with the Red Sea debacle earlier. You don't need to formally close the strait in order for people to do the calculation that ultimately it's not worth them sending tankers into the strait. It's not worth shipping through the strait. So it's all kind of about changing people. As I say constantly, when it comes to Iran and what they're learning here, the lesson they already learnt in the Iran-Iraq war, that it's not about a war of attrition where it's about like, yes, to an extent, it's about how much damage can I take? But more importantly, it's like how many costs can I shift? How much can I change the calculations for my neighbors to make this not worth it? And in this case, Iran is trying to change the calculations for the entire world, right? Yeah, I heard that's the case, Peep. I'm really, really sorry. Hi, Ali. Yeah, nobody wants it's, and the thing is, like, now we have Qatar closing their LNG, which is a huge deal, and people are not going to be happy about it. You have the whole Asia Pacific being like, Japan's in the best position, and even Japan is freaking out, right? So you have like the entire, sorry, sometimes this is a maths channel. You know how it is. You know I'm amazing at maths. They're closing gas fields everywhere. And I saw this guy be like, why can't we just move to the Red Sea? It's like, no, there's no, there's no, you can't just suddenly transport oil across the entirety of Saudi Arabia. Nice try. Ukraine's obviously being legends and being like, oh, we're going to help you out with your fucking missile interceptors. And it doesn't even do that much, J-Stalk. They can't suddenly just do everything. I'm actually terrible with numbers. I'm actually so bad with numbers. Hang on 1 second. I just need to write something quickly. Just give me a second. Sorry, I gotta go to my Discord, so I gotta do secret things. You can listen to how bad I type. Okay. Guys, it's just land. Like, how hard can it be to just move the oil a different direction? How about that Venezuelan oil, brother? I don't think people... Not that I'm an expert on oil, okay? Because I'm not. But some people need to learn something very basic, which is there are different kinds of oil. The oil that you get from Venezuela and the oil that's coming from Saudi Arabia, it's different oil, my friends. Very different oil. Not interchangeable. But that being said, as I've said many, many times, oil is an extremely fungible resource. So people aren't automatically going to be freaking out. What's freaking people out is that you have intelligence officers recruiting for jobs through September. So if you start thinking, holy shit, the way I see it, this is going to be an incredibly, and things may evolve which change my opinion. Disclaimer, okay? Because let me tell you, just while we're disclaiming, that when it comes to geopolitics, right, and when it comes to people offering their opinion on geopolitics, the plague of geopolitics is over-rationalization. So just because I have thought this through doesn't mean I'm correct. This is just my thinking, though. Okay? It's going to be a hardcore fucking fight for a couple of weeks, 4 to 5 weeks, as said by the Trumpster. But it's going to have a long, messy tail end that is going to affect everyone for months. I've said it for like 2 streams, avocadorable. Just because you weren't here doesn't mean I didn't say it. Fungible meaning there's also oil to go around. Like you can the oil, like, okay, you can't get oil from Saudi anymore, you can get it from Brazil. You can't get oil from Saudi anymore, you can get it from Kazakhstan, right? There are different places. Oh, speaking of which, did we see the sneaky lifting of sanctions on Russia? Speaking of which, where is this? Hang on.
I do think
Check out this. US Treasury eases oil sanctions on the Kremlin, allowing Indian refineries to buy the millions of barrels of Russian crude on floating storage until early April. The new rules cover all of the oil already loaded in the tanker by March 5. Massive win for Putin. So it's limited, right? But this is a huge win for Russia. They lifted sanctions to try and ease the oil issue. Sheriff, can you check your DMs on Discord? Thank you. Yeah, they're trying to sneak a lot of shit through, guys. They're lifting sanctions, they're testing fucking ICBMs that are nuke friendly, nuke compatible. They're leaking DOJ files with Trump in them. Did you guys see this? We have a story on this. I wasn't going to do this first, but not the Atlantic. Okay. I know. We're going to go through a bit of Russia stuff too in terms of the relationship. Sorry, guys. I know it's bright. It's morning where you are. Can you deal with it? Instead of being Suki Lalas? Gosh. Australia has, like, we did not even keep up with the requirements in terms of what we're supposed to have in storage. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I'm very popular today. Okay, Teresk, well, you're up late. This is your punishment for being up late. Okay, I'm going to read these for you in my ready voice. Are you ready? The Justice Department posted a trio of FBI interviews with a woman who alleged President Donald Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a young teenager after she was introduced to him by Jeffrey Epstein. Yay! Thank you for the bitties. Kuwait and Saudi oil reserves are at all-time highs, cannot even store anymore. Imagine your son-in-law working hand in hand with them and the recommendation to start a war so we can sell their oil. No way this happens. As I always say, when it comes to oil, to me, it's not a unified explanation for things that are happening. I don't know what my PayPal link is. I don't know what anything is. I like subs because it makes me... Okay, let me just talk you through, guys, some of my thinking in terms of channel, just quickly before we do this Donald Trump thing. Firstly, I am so willing to do shorts. If you guys can help me ever so slightly, if I say something that you're like, oh my God, that was so smart. Or if I say something you're like, oh, wow, she's the funniest bitch alive. If you can clip that, or if you can write down the time it happens and put it in the comment, that is very helpful for me, because I obviously stream for 4 to 7 hours. And the last thing I want to do is watch myself, because I'll kill myself. So I don't want to watch myself. So if you want shorts, I need help. Okay. 2 would be, so at the moment when it comes to Twitch, this is Twitch exclusively, my split is 50-50. Gross. But for every, hang on, is there a fly in my coffee? Bitch. Okay. However, if each month for 3 months, I can get individual. So as much as I love you guys gifting, what I love more is if you've been gifted, if you can convert your gift into you, if you like me, which you should. If you like me, if you can convert your gifted sub into your own sub, then my thing goes up and I get, eventually I get a higher cut, and that is better for me. Thank you. Wait, let's see if this works. Hang on. Why is it not working? There we go. Thank you so much. See, that helps me. That goes over. And yeah, but I don't, guys, I really don't like to talk about the money side. Create my own website. I haven't even got emotes uploaded on YouTube. You want me to create my own website? Okay, but point is, I've said it now. I don't want to talk about it for the rest of the stream. I don't like talking about money. It makes me feel sick to my motherfucking stomach. But at the same time, I appreciate it. Ain't cool. Yes. Okay, guys. Let's get them. Oh yeah, and usually I will feel happy and fine with a stream if I reach that. Now, I want to let you know that that is, for me, it comes out at about not much. Okay. It comes out at like $100. Okay. So I'm not asking for the world, but I also appreciate that everyone has to work their jobs. Everyone's money is precious. So I'm not trying to guilt you into paying me. It's just, if you enjoy my coverage enough that you would sit down to have a cup of coffee with me to hear the same sort of stuff, then that's like, if you would do that, if you would buy me a drink at a bar to hear me talk about Iran, then, you know, you can give me a few subs. But yes, that's enough. Because you're making me embarrassed. I don't like it. Oh, and also, sorry, one more thing. When I do make a YouTube video, if you guys share it, that makes a huge, huge difference for me. Because even 15K views only comes out at like $10 for me. So the more views it gets, the better it is for me. No, Faith, I need to say it so you're not derailing. I just don't like saying it because I just feel, instead of saying it, eventually if I just keep providing good content and I'm consistent, everything will be fine and I won't need to say it. Okay? But let's do this Trump thing. So you know what they tried to sneak through. The Justice Department, okay, and I'll open up these as well so that we can have a look at them in a second. I don't know what the best cut is either. I don't know who takes my fucking shit. I don't know. Hang on. And there's no point in me looking up a PayPal link now because I don't do links, so I don't want to Even PayPal takes my money, by the way. PayPal takes a bit. They all want my money. Okay. The Justice Department posted a trio of FBI interviews with a woman who alleged President Donald Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a young teenager after she was introduced to him by Jeffrey Epstein. The woman's central allegation, according to FBI summaries of her interviews with investigators, known as FBI 302s, is that Trump hit her after she bit his penis when he attempted to force her to perform oral sex. Good on her. The three files come as Democrats are investigating whether the department purposefully withheld materials that include sexual assault allegations against Trump. Trump has denied wrongdoing in relation to the Epstein allegations, and he hasn't been charged with a crime in connection with them. There's no evidence to suggest Trump took part in Epstein's sex trafficking operation. Many of the materials released by the Justice Department lack substantiation or context. So this is a big point that I was making when the files were dropped. I was like, yeah, there's some salacious stuff that has been dropped, but the problem is there's nothing there that can be substantiated into actual charges. And that's intentional because it's salacious enough that you feel like they threw him under the bus, but there's not anything there that's substantial enough to result in any further kind of investigation. But this looks like it might be slightly different. I love it when they hide bullshit in the middle of a war. Okay. Trump has denied, would I say this? Yes. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, who is once again younger than me, called the allegations completely baseless accusations backed by zero credible evidence from a sadly disturbed woman who has an extensive criminal history. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how every woman who has a sexual assault allegation is extremely disturbed? I watched an F1 streamer and I fucking loved it. And there were so many people watching and they were all donating. It was insane. But yeah, very strange. It's like, guys, you can't believe her because her mental health was affected after she was raped. So, yes, Trump sexually assaulted her when she was 14, but then she did crime. So, I mean, are you gonna trust a criminal over the president? That's so cool, industry. I gotta be a sport. Guys, I gotta be a sports streamer. What sport? It can't be hockey. The total baselessness of these accusations is also supported by the obvious fact Joe Biden's Department of Justice knew about them for 4 years and did nothing with them, because they knew President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. As we have said countless times, President Trump has been totally exonerated by the release of the Epstein files. Here's the thing. She's a great press secretary, and I hope she goes to fucking prison. But God, she does a good job at this. No, I don't enjoy AFL. I don't want hockey. I don't want AFL. The F1 is kind of interesting to me because I thought it was stupid, and then I learned a bit more and I was like, maybe I'll just do all sport. Guys, can we not talk about sport? Holy fucking shit. We're here to talk about politics.
Look at you.
Every time. Every fucking time. Thank you. Swordfishy, you are so sweet. And I appreciate that very much. Thank you for investing in Moral Coin, the world's only crypto morality. You have bought all of these people 1 entire month of being good. I may have missed the golden era of F1, but I didn't miss Carlos Sainz, which is the only reason I'm really interested. Okay. In the files, okay, that's a good question though. If Joe Biden had it, why not do something with it, right? And the answer is because you need a bunch of evidence, and also you don't want to be seen, I think, in this is my opinion, speculation of course, you don't want to be seen like you're going after your political opponents. You don't want to look like it's like, oh, we're going to go after Donald Trump because we don't want him to win the next election. It would have kind of emboldened him going into, I mean, he ended up winning, so they should have just gone over it. But yeah, I think the DOJ needed, you would be surprised how strong a sexual assault case has to be for it to get to an indictment. Like, it can't just be an interview with an allegation. It's not enough, especially when you're going after a high-profile figure. In the files dated between August and October 2019, the woman, whose name is redacted, alleges that when she was between 13 and 15 years old, Epstein took her to either New York or New Jersey, where, in a very tall building with huge rooms, he introduced her to Trump. She said, didn't like that I was a boy girl, which the interview notes interpreted to mean tomboy. The woman said other people were present, but she couldn't recall who. Trump asked them to leave the room, then said something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." God, I fucking hate men. Sorry, guys, but I do. Fix yourselves, then I'll fix my opinion. Trump then... Oh my gosh, Christoph! Hang on. I need to... My shit's so whack, I have to look at what you said on my phone. Sorry. I will fix this. Dog tags. Thank you. Guys, add 50 because we just got 50. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Polygraph. I can and I did. I can and I did. And I'll continue to do it. And none of you can stop me. I'm going to keep reading this. I don't want to, but I am going to. I don't care. I don't care if it looks good. I don't care if it looks good if I'm a misandrist. I don't care. I'm going to keep doing it because you know what? You know what? The crime of me saying I dislike all men is nothing on what you fuckers do to women. It's not. Even the good ones. Even the good ones. It doesn't touch it. It doesn't get close. So I'm sorry that it doesn't look good that I lump all men together and say you all suck. But my experience is you all do. So if you all change your behavior en masse and you get your friends to change their behavior en masse, I am more than happy to stop my behavior, my very, very bad behavior. Okay? My very naughty behavior where I unfairly judge men for their crimes. We can all hate Donald Trump. He's your leader. What if you don't have friends and you just have to take control of yourself? Okay? I have to keep all the women around me on message, on brand. Thank you, Angie. Thank you for subscribing to Moral Coin. Actually, to all the men, thank you. To all the men in the chat, if you would like to escape my misandry, you may sub to Moral Coin. It's the easiest way because you just get crypto morality. You automatically get to be good. I already created a system for you to get out of this. Okay, wait, we got another. Bye, industry. Thank you for popping by. Thank you. Appreciate you. Pick a race to unfairly judge. Not a big fan of the Portuguese. Thank you, Faith. I can't whistle. Otherwise, I would do the whistle alert. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I would do the whistle alert to signify that Faith just do 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 do. Yes. Okay, I'm going to read this bit, but I want you to know, yeah, a Russian woman will keep you in line. I feel the Slavic women are on the right path. Okay. I'm going to read the next bit. Okay, Bong and stuff, the reason I don't like the Portuguese is because I don't like the language. Because of the Dutch influence, I find it very disturbing to listen to. Faith, are you kidding? I tried to pick the randomest race I could. God damn it. Aren't the Portuguese kind of Dutch? Aren't they like half Dutch? Don't listen to me. Don't. Stop asking me questions like this. Let me just read the fucking article like a normal streamer. The Belgians. Okay, well, they're the ones I don't like. What is the difference between a Belgium? Do we call them the Flemish? I'm sorry. I'm a monster. I'm meant to be talking to you about the Kurds. Instead, you're making me into a racist misandrist. The Portuguese kind of Dutch wasn't being started for less. Who the fuck are the Flemish? Legit. Who are they? Guys, please. This is a politics channel. Okay, I'm going to read this. I'm going to get real mad, but we're going to just breathe through it, okay? Then said something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be," according to the interview notes. Trump then unzipped his pants and put her head down to his penis, she recalled in the interview. She said she bit the shit out of it. You go, girl. In response, she said he pulled her hair and punched her on the side of the head. "Get this little bitch the hell out of here," the woman recalled him saying. At that point, she said people re-entered the room. The FBI interviews don't contain information about how the incident ended or how the woman exited the encounter. In one of the interviews, the woman disclosed that she had begun working with attorneys and wanted to be upfront about her pending civil case in event the agents determined a conflict of interest could occur. The woman said she or people close to her received a series of threatening phone calls, one of which included a message left on the phone of a co-worker but intended for her. She told the FBI she believed the calls were related to Epstein and stated under her breath that if it was not Epstein, maybe it was the other one. When agents pressed her on who she meant, she said Trump, according to the interview notes. In the final interview, agents asked her again about... Hang on, guys. I want to check something later. Michael Tracy makes me want to... I don't even need to say it. You know. Noting the document that he was the current US president. The woman, according to the interview summary, asked what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. Many such cases. Trump has faced allegations of sexual assault and sexual misconduct before, including accusations from multiple women who came forward during the 2016 presidential campaign. In 2023, he was found liable by a federal jury for having sexually abused and defamed the writer E. Jean Carroll after Carroll claimed Trump raped her in a Manhattan department store in the 1990s and then denied her account of rape, calling her a liar. Trump has asked the Supreme Court to overturn the $5 million judgment the jury awarded Carroll. Carroll also won an $83.3 million judgment in 2024 after a separate jury found Trump defamed her with an additional set of remarks about the same claims. The House Oversight and Government Reform Committee has been investigating whether the Epstein-related documents were improperly withheld from public view. The House Oversight and Government Reform Committee has... Oh, guys, proofread your fucking shit. Proofread your fucking shit. The problem with these terrible stories are it's not just one or two or whatever. There are tons of examples and Trump speaking on the record. I know, but you know what's so hard as well is that like often, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not positive about this. Even demonstrating a pattern is something that can't necessarily be introduced as evidence. So you would think that it would be super helpful to be able to say he's done this to like 14 girls, right? But so often it's like, well, no, we're not allowed to include any of the other instances because they're speculative. Why did this come out now? Probably because we're bombing Iran, Ali. But I also don't know. I'm like, why are the DOJ like, is this because of this? Let's see if they say it here. For the last few weeks, Oversight Democrats have been investigating the FBI's handling of allegations from 2019 of sexual assault on a minor made by President Donald Trump by a survivor, Representative Robert Garcia, the ranking member of the committee, said in a statement last week. Oversight Democrats can confirm that the DOJ appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with this survivor who accused President Trump of heinous crimes. So it may be on the account that the Oversight Dems have forced their hand. Exactly, on a permo. Yeah, exactly, Kevin. In a post on social media in response to the statement, the Justice Department said Oversight Democrats should stop misleading the public while manufacturing outrage for their radical anti-Trump base, adding that nothing has been deleted. If files are temporarily pulled for victim redactions. It's interesting, though, how so many things from victims haven't been redacted, yet they've made sure to redact lots of fucking perpetrators. This motherfucker's gonna declare war on the moon. There's always a chance that any one allegation could be fabricated, but the sheer amount towards Trump and co. does strongly suggest things. Not that anything will ever come. I mean, and that's the thing that's so demoralizing. It's like, because the thing is, everything is made public. So many women are seeing a man being publicly accused of heinous sexual assault not only get away with it from not experiencing any legal repercussions, but they're seeing him succeed at the highest possible level in the world. Like it's not only will he not face any legal repercussions, he won't face any professional repercussions, and he will succeed. But this is what I have said time and time again when talking about Epstein. It's like, you can say this now, you can be like, oh my God, he raped a 13 to 15. We knew about this. People knew about this in 2016 before they elected him the first time. Yeah, it's almost as if there is a billionaire class that is internationally and domestically untouchable. Yeah, and that's like, I was actually quite dubious about Me Too as a movement because I thought it got co-opted in a very strange way where it became about kind of punishing men. Like, let's get these evil men and hold them to account, which I thought really distorted what the original movement was about, which is like, okay, if you are someone who is illegal, like an undocumented worker in the United States who is working as someone's maid and they are raping you consistently, that's who the Me Too movement was originally for. People who could not stand up to their powerful abusers, right? That's who it was about. And then it became about like celebrity gossip and like who in Hollywood can we cancel? And then things got like more and more like sexual indiscretion and consent is a very strange framework. And I personally think there are better frameworks to work under that need to be progressed in the law. I understand. But this idea of consent got so conceptually stretched during Me Too that it was like someone looking it the wrong way. It was like, let's cancel this man's career. And it created a situation where I just thought the whole thing was really poorly distorted when it was originally meant to be about working class women who couldn't afford to lose their jobs, couldn't afford to have themselves turned into immigration services. This was meant to be a thing that said, I have solidarity with you because I have experienced this too, and you are not alone. And I know right now that you feel very alone and you feel like you don't have any options, but you are not alone. And instead it became like, who slept with Harvey Weinstein to get a job? And of course, the person who was punished most of all was Kevin Spacey. And let's be honest as to why he was punished. It was because he raped a boy, right? And that the crime of homosexuality will always be more violating in the public mind than the expected sexual assault of women. And so I actually think he was punished more for being a homosexual than he was for sexual indiscretion. But it just became this thing where then men started being like, well, I won't even be in the same room as a woman then. If it's going to be like this, I can't hire a woman. I can't be alone with her. And so, hang on, I'm trying to sit on my little footsies. I feel very upset by, I don't know. It's not a good environment for any person who's experienced. It's not a good environment for sex. Let's just say that. Was he punished? Kevin Spacey. I mean, he lost his entire career. Someone who went from like probably the most A-list actor I can think of to someone who no longer is hireable. So I would say he was punished in that sense. He wasn't Harvey Weinstein punished, but I mean that this was never the point, right? And there's definitely a conversation to be had there about the entertainment industry. And to be honest, it's a much more complicated conversation than the conversation that was had. Because dynamics in the arts very loosey-goosey about what's acceptable. So there's definitely a conversation to be had there, but it wasn't the conversation that was had. I don't know what Kevin Spacey's doing. Anyway, the point is, this sucks. Like, of course this woman said, I don't really even know what the point is of me coming forward because, like, he's the president. Yeah. We'll do a sexual ethics stream instead of putting this in the middle of our monitoring of the situation. Okay? Because this is feeling out. I don't know if you noticed, sometimes I unlist my streams because I lie in bed, I get post-stream clarity, I get very cringe. There'll be like a segment of the stream where I'm like, I did not like that. I didn't like it. And I have to immediately hide it. It'd have to take it away from you. I'm like, enough people already saw it live. No one else can see it. But yeah, the point is, it is so disheartening for people to not only see tens of women come forward against the same man and that man not face any repercussions, but for that man to professionally keep winning, to be saying that he's out there tired of winning. Okay? And not only is he tired of winning, he's the most powerful man in the entire world. Thank you, Vox. Wow, we're really doing something here, guys. Let me go I want to see if it sings for me again here. Yeah. Just doing some back and forth. There we go. Little singing. Yeah, so I can understand why someone would say, what is the point of me even coming forward with this? Because ultimately, what's going to happen? Exactly what did happen. You're going to have someone like Carolyn Levitt be like, well, she's obviously a mentally ill criminal. So, I mean, if you want to trust her, I guess, sure. But what does that say about you? These files are not pulled for the redaction of victims, by the way. There was literally a nude photo of the child, unredacted, in the released files. And for some reason, they consistently redacted the names of perpetrators. So, this is bullshit. Thank you very much. Oh, so it's like, oh, we didn't actually... Well, you're getting all upset because you're saying we hid a document. We actually just took the document on a fly and so we could properly redact it, you idiots. The document comes as the Trump administration continues to battle criticism over its handling of the files, about 3.5 million of which it published in late January. In addition to accusations over withholding certain records, the department has also come under fire from lawmakers for improperly disclosing and identifying information of victims, and for redacting the names of some men. On Wednesday, a House committee voted to subpoena attorney... Okay. Interesting. So we're getting some more Bondi action. Where is it? I'm not a robot. Show me these. Let me see if there's anything. Okay, so it's just 2 pages. It's basically what we've already been told. She asked the agents, what's the point? The agents explained all victims of crime should have the opportunity to tell their story. They wanted to provide her with that opportunity should she choose to accept. The agents also explained why they wished to keep the 4th interview focused on abuse, endured at the hands of individuals associated with Jeffrey Epstein. What's the point? Devastating. Well, it's what I was saying as well. It's what I said about in my Jeffrey Epstein video, which you all watched, right? That the point of sexual abuse in these like billionaire classes is to demonstrate to other powerful men that you're above the law and above consequence and can do things that others can't. It's not pointless. And it's not necessarily for the perversion of sex with young girls. It's to showcase to other men, hey, I can fuck a 15-year-old and face no consequences. And if you hang out with me, you too can fuck a 15-year-old and face no consequences. In fact, we can also do other things. We could break financial law together and face no consequences because I'm a man who operates outside of the system. And if you work with me, you too will operate outside of the system. There does seem to be a bit of a zeitgeist in terms of this elite versus regular people. I was talking about this in... Guys, once again, I have been talking about this. No, but there's a really interesting academic. His name's Anton Jaeger, and he has pushed for a new understanding of the political spectrum. Instead of looking at it from left to right, we should instead look at it from populist to technocrat, right? That should be how we look at things. So I do agree that it's an interesting zeitgeist in terms of elites versus regular people. The problem I have with that is like, I don't think expertise should be demonized generally, right? I think democratic, like I'm a huge fan of deliberative democracy, right? I think when you go out to the people and you get them to sit and do focus groups and you do like small sort of committees, you get some really intelligent and surprising answers to big, important problems. But that doesn't respect that doesn't counter the expertise of lifelong bureaucrats. I know that's not your point, Massa, but what I'm saying is the problem with the elite versus regular people is that we are seeing like a demonization in some circles of anyone with expertise, anyone part of the establishment. And it's like you do kind of want people to be long-term part of the establishment because it's a really important part of government continuity, right? You do want the deep state is really just the bureaucracy. Bye, Peep. I'm sorry. We'll be thinking of you. Right? And it's like, yeah, power to the people. Sure, cool. I'm all about democracy. But it's like, it's not automatically that what people en masse think is the correct thing. That's not always the case, right? You do want continuity. You do want people who have expertise being in government and pledging to not have like necessarily a political allegiance and just execute their job. Yeah, exactly, Iguana. It's one that you should be listening to the people to hear what they care about, but the people shouldn't be constructing policy. I fucking love the deep state. Guys, not only am I the Ayatollah, I'm also the deep state. I didn't want to tell you because I thought you'd turn on me because I know we're in a moment where people only care about populists and you want me to be a populist. You want me to say, this is what you want from me. You want me to say, fuck Biden? Fuck Biden. Fuck them all. That's what you want me to say. Fuck the politicians. Screw the government. But guess what? I like them. I do. I think they make mistakes because I don't think politicians are perfect. In fact, I think you got to be low-key a little bit evil to be a politician. But I also think people, and I'm going to say it, you're not going to like it, has to be said. People are a little stupid. The people are a little stupid. Oh, wait. Slide the daddy. So, slide the laddie. Slide the laddie. I can't fucking read any of your usernames. If I read your username wrong, that's your new username. So, actually, Anton Jaeger comes up with, he calls them techno-populists. There is actually a branch for this. So, exactly what you're talking about, the Stripe guy, techno-populist. That exists within his framework. Can it be the techno zaddy? Surely it should be the pop zaddy. There's something else I was gonna say. Oh, you mentioned Bernie, and I wanted to mention the new guy who's running Homeland Security. He tried to fight the head of the Teamsters, and Bernie Sanders had to intervene. Let me see if I can find a clip of that. What is his name? here.
Adults, we can finish. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
No,
guy.
no, stop it.
Is that your solution, every
Oh, no, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chair?
it. Hold it. If we can, no,
This is
I have the
what he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and
You-
bullies.
You have,
And that's
you
what-
have
I
the
like
mic.
you, because you just
Hold it.
described yourself.
Hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you, and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet.
Hold on.
You challenged me to a cage match,
No,
acting like a 12-year-old schoolyard bully.
Excuse
Can I just say, guys, it's so Australian. You want to take this outside, bro? Oi, mate. Want to take this outside? Oh, yeah, we got a problem? Mate. Let's take this one outside. I am so sorry that that is the head of your Homeland Security. I'm not your mate, mate. That is your head. That is your Secretary of Homeland Security. Do you want to watch it again? I kind of do. But, you know, we don't have to. We're going to. It's my stream. I just want to watch a bit of it again.
If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
No,
guy.
no, stop it.
Is that your solution, every
Hold it. No, no, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chair?
it. Hold it. If we can, no,
This is
I have the
what
mic.
he said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and
You-
bullies.
You have,
And that's
you
what-
have
I
the
like
mic.
you, because you
Okay,
just
I don't like that
described
sound
yourself.
though. I don't like that
Hold
sound.
it.
I can't handle that. Ugh, yuck. I'm not your bruh. Bruh. It's so rough. It's so rough. It's so rough. Okay. Monitoring the situation quickly. Okay, we should talk about Lebanon maybe. God. I don't know. Well, or we should talk about the Kurds. Where do we begin? I do want to talk about Hezbollah quickly. Okay, I have a few competing views that we need to talk through. It's complicated. Did you guys expect that from me? Did you think I would think it was easy? I'm so pissed there's a fly in my fucking coffee. Okay, Hezbollah. So, obviously we're in a situation again like we were the other night when there were evacuation orders for Tehran, and we were like, that's fucking insane. You can't just evacuate Tehran. That's insane. Same sort of thing going on with Beirut and the Dahia province, which is the south. Now, a lot of the time, you're going to hear people be like, the Dahia province is like, oh my God, it's a stronghold. It's a Hezbollah stronghold. And that is owned by Hezbollah. It's okay, maybe Hezbollah lives there. It is also the southern suburbs of Beirut. A lot of families live there, right? Women, children, like this is a populated area. It's not like a bunch of Hezbollah fighters just like taking over this area of Beirut. Then we have the issue that we talked about in a previous stream, which is Hezbollah's decision to fire rockets at Israel. Here's my genuine opinion. Oh my God. It's so complicated, and I hate being a white woman from Australia talking about this shit. I hate talking about Iran. I hate talking about Lebanon. But I do, like, I promise you, I am not just like going off my gut, okay? The thing with Hezbollah is, and I know this is a crazy thing to say as a white woman from Australia, they're not operating for the people of Lebanon. There was a time where you could argue that Hezbollah were there to protect, that there were like a nationalist Lebanese force, right, that protected Lebanon, that their role was there to protect the Shiite people of Lebanon, and that ultimately they were there to protect Lebanon. And nothing you say, like, I'm not trying to discount history. I understand that Lebanon was created to protect from Israel and their occupation, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All of that fucking changes once Lebanon goes into Syria. It all changes once Lebanon goes into Syria. Because that wasn't to help Lebanon. That was to do what Iran wanted. Okay? So fundamentally, a large swathe of the Lebanese people do not feel that Hezbollah is representing the interests of the Lebanese people. And it's even more annoying for Lebanese people to have a militant force that can take action that plunges their country into war, their people into danger, their people into a situation where they become asylum seekers, when they have no ability to vote on anything. There's no democratic participation in Hezbollah. They have absolutely no ability to have any control over what Hezbollah does. The government says Hezbollah don't do anything. The people say Hezbollah don't do anything. And Hezbollah do it. Now, I know it seems like a reasonable take. I know my take is reasonable. It's the optics of me having the take, right? Thank you, Faith. And the thing is, I understand that Hezbollah were between a rock and a hard place because ultimately they are a Shia organization. Ultimately, most of their fighters are incredibly religious, right? And you've essentially knocked out their fucking pope. So it's a hard situation for them to not respond. Okay, it's not their fighters are going to want to respond, and as an organization, they're going to feel a need to respond, which is why I think the response was extremely limited, because Hezbollah are also extremely limited conventionally currently, which is they sent 6 rockets originally. Okay, but something I will say is, if 6 intercepted rockets provokes you entering and displacing half a country and leveling civilian buildings, I don't think that's a rational response to the firing of 6 rockets. I think it is a pre-planned occupation. But that's obvious. I mean, anyone with eyes knows this was already the plan. We already know the plan was to occupy Lebanon, at least up to the Litani River, to get that area. That's okay. We knew that that was going to happen. And I'm not saying anything interesting to you there. Okay. What I want to say that I think is interesting. What I think is, if dollar drops, US property and goods are cheaper, but war machine is global. Okay, not related to what I'm currently saying. the presumption is that if you don't, well, I mean, what would, like, Hezbollah was kind of in a position where it was like, if they don't respond, that's like, they look weak. But if they do respond, they're going to get a beating. and they kind of fucked up majorly in terms of, like, up until this point, it was kind of constitutionally allowed that they were armed. Now Hezbollah is like fully illegal within Lebanon. It's created a real revolt against them within Lebanon. But what I want to talk about is the issue that I have. They already look weak. I know, but this is the problem, though. That is what I want to talk about, because Hezbollah do look weak and they have definitely conventionally been weakened, but they have really only operated as a conventional force since Iran got them to go into Syria. This Hezbollah as a conventional fighting force is not what they are historically famous for. Hezbollah have always been famous for, can anyone guess? What are Hezbollah good at? Bro, I don't do, we can do meaningful criticism of Israel. I do not do anti-Semitism in my chat. Sorry, bye. Making meatballs? Close. Acts of terror. You can call it freedom fighting. I'm not necessarily talking about the motivation of what they're doing. I'm talking about the style of what they're doing. Conventional fighting was never what, guerrilla and terrorism. So conventional, being a backpack on back kind of fighter was never what Hezbollah were meant to do until they went into Syria. That's when they started to do that. Previously, they have always attacked soft and hard targets abroad. Tourist areas, transport, embassies. This is what they've done. And they haven't done it in the Middle East. They have done it globally. In the 1990s, it's not asymmetric warfare, right? Because I'm talking literally about acts of terror. So in the 1990s, when they attacked Buenos Aires, when they attacked the Kobar Towers in Saudi Arabia, they did the Burgas bus bombings in Bulgaria in 2012. They attacked, I think they did an attack in Nairobi. So my concern, and this is, they were looking in Ecuador, or they were looking somewhere in Latin America recently for Hezbollah. You are looking at the fighting force of Hezbollah in Lebanon and the conventional fighting force. You are not looking at what Hezbollah's strength is. Okay? You are looking at a bunch of hardcore terrorist militants who have now been galvanized by the killing of their leader in their holy month in his home. Might as well have killed some Peter, right? If they were latent before, there is a genuine concern that Hezbollah will be activated. They are a transnational organization with extremely long tentacles, and their comparative advantage is old school terrorism, not conventional fighting. Following on from boss bombings in Bulgaria, I would be nervous about countries beginning with C. Canada. Which country, bitch? So I just think it's something that I keep hearing from people who are like new experts in the Middle East. New experts is like, oh, Hezbollah is so weak. Like they're already done. They're destroyed. And it's like, yeah, I mean, if you look at them as an army, but that's something they've really only done since they went in to defend Assad. It's not the history of the organization at all. They are getting smoked, but the problem is, for them not to get smoked, it's such a little pivot, Masa, right? Like, what I'm saying is, if you were asking me to put a bet on whether Israel's army or Hezbollah would win in a conventional warfare, of course, I'm going to say it will be Israel. The IDF, of course the IDF are going to win. But that was never how Hezbollah fought. Hezbollah, if they're activated now, could do something crazy in Colombia, could do something crazy in Australia, could do something crazy all around the world in the name of the killing of the Ayatollah. They could go back to the way they traditionally fought. And just looking at who is in Lebanon and part of Hezbollah is such a... Yeah, I think Israel's entirely planning to displace the Lebanese from the south of Lebanon. I think they're going to try and occupy the part of Lebanon all the way up to the Litani River. In fact, they may try to go all the way up to Beirut. I'm not arguing about what Israel's trying to do. I'm very clear. If Israel would take all of Lebanon if they could, and Turkey, and they just keep going. They take lots of land, right? But and they've never been secretive about their desire to expand into Lebanon. And none of us are shocked that there are expansionist goals held by Israel. You just need to look at someone since October 7 and they'll tell you about Greater Israel. You have to understand there's a map. It's Greater Israel. Like, yeah, okay. But it's like, you wouldn't take Lebanon. You're so magnanimous. I don't think Hezbollah will try and do terrorist attacks in Israel. We don't know if they're trying as of yet, because since they went into Syria, they have been working as a traditional, conventional army. I'm just saying something that you should think before you listen to people who are like, Hezbollah is totally weakened and they're not a threat anymore. Don't worry about Hezbollah. It's like, I think you should worry about Hezbollah. I don't think you should count Hezbollah out right now, because Hezbollah I have a very particular skill set. And I am coming. I don't want to play the video because guys. You exhaust me. You make me so tired. I am aware that Hezbollah attack Israel. I am aware that Hezbollah were created to defend it against Israel. I am aware that since the 1980s, Hezbollah and Israel have fought on the border that they share. Okay? Because you have to understand that Lebanon is a nice little mixing pot of Shia, Sunni, and Alawite, or Christians, right? And the government did not have much Shia representation. So the Shia, who were below the Litani River and up along the east coast of Lebanon in the mountains, these are the areas of Shia, they were unprotected from Israel doing attacks over the border. And they were massively disproportionately affected by Israel's incursions over the border. I'm actually not saying Hezbollah with the thickest Aussie accent. I'm saying it. This is how I'd say it if I was just saying it Australian. Hezbollah. Hezbollah is me saying it correctly, which is a bit of a cunty thing for me to do. Hezbollah would be me saying it with an Australian accent. Hezbollah is me saying it properly. Now, here's the thing. I am not uninformed of what Hezbollah does in Lebanon. I am just trying to tell you that when Hezbollah is conventionally weakened as a army-like group, that doesn't mean that they are not a threat, because their historical expertise have been in international terror. So if I have someone who's an amazing downhill skier, but for a couple of years, they compete in big air, and then suddenly they have some scary fucking accident, and everyone's like, oh, well, they're never competing. They're out of the Winter Olympics because they are never competing in big air again. An intelligent person would say, should we count them out of the Olympics though? Because historically, what they were always very, very good at was downhill skiing. Big air was just something they did for fun for a little while. Yes, that is what I'm trying to say. Lindsey Vonn is Hezbollah. You're afraid of Israel, you blonde bimbo? Bitch. I am not afraid of Israel. I love it when people come in and say free Palestine to me. I love it. I love it. It's like, yeah, bro, okay. You guys make me tired. Oh my God. What do I do with you? None of you want to talk sense. None of you want to talk sense. Guess what? Yes, people in Iran are dead. Oh my God. Guess what? Yes. Iran is not as big a mess as you think, Sherlock, and I already went over this when we monitored the situation previously, because you can kill a bunch of leaders, but the system is set up to weather that. And they're not a mess at all, actually. They're running very smoothly, as is demonstrated by their attacks so far and their operations so far. Are they winning? No. Would they ever win against the United States and Israel? No. In terms of military, they are so outbalanced, it's insane. Why would you ever think that you would expect to see Iran winning? But the kind of attacks that they have put forward show coordination on a high level and show operational capacity. They are still able to get things down command and control chains, okay? So, let's be clear, when you say Iran is a mess, nothing that we have seen while we have been monitoring the situation suggests that is the case. So I don't know who told you that. That's just not true. I have a very particular set of skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. I will find you and I will kill you. Exactly. Total war delegates leadership to disperse structures. The trick was there was no way to eliminate the whole because each constituent part can they are a completely decentralized organization in Iran. But it's fine. It's fine because we already went through that. If you haven't been here to monitor the situation, you took a night off, I understand. But we have been through the setup of Iranian politics at this stage 2 or 3 times. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. And when I say Hezbollah aren't weak, I'm not saying that to say that half of them didn't get their asses blown out last year. I'm not saying the conventional force are not weak. I'm not saying they haven't fought as a conventional force historically. I'm saying what they are good at has not been damaged in a significant way, that they should be counted out. In fact, to count them out would be a very dangerous thing to do. And we should consider what Hezbollah are good at. Well, that's what happened. Their pages blew up when they're in their back pocket. They got their asses blown out. I'm sorry, that's like very illegal, but very much what happened. Some of you fuckers. My blood pressure? I should wear a heart rate monitor. and it should be on the screen, and you guys should try and get me mad. No, I mean, and okay, just quickly, in terms of what Iguana's saying, and I would love to, when we're not monitoring the situation, okay, I'd love to go through this with you, because one of my biggest things that I was upset about after October 7 was Netanyahu. I know, crazy. Something that Netanyahu said upset me. He's been my longtime guy. He's been my guy. I got my eye on this man. And I definitely, unfortunately, would have dated him in the 80s. But he's very evil, a very bad man. Very, very bad man who I dislike a lot. Anyway, he says, Hamas is ISIS. Bro, Hamas isn't even Al-Qaeda. Hamas is so far from ISIS. Do you understand what ISIS think of Hamas? They want them dead. Having nationalistic ambitions is heresy. Hamas is not ISIS. And if we need to go through all of the different Islamic, Arab, nationalist groups, we can do it. We can go through Al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood, ISIS. We can go through Boko Haram. I'm happy to sit down and go through all of them with you and tell you how they're different and where they fall on the scale. I'm happy to do it. I'd love to do it. But you're going to piss me off if you start saying they're all the same. Hezbollah is not Hamas. Palestinian Islamic Jihad is not Hamas. You're going to upset me. It's fine. Because who cares, right? Because they're all letting off rockets, right? Boko Haram is Hamas. Al-Shabaab is Hamas. You know what I love? The nice thing about, I remember when ISIS were first on the scene. And it was like, wow, these people are actually more crazy than Al-Qaeda. Because Al-Qaeda, they're kind of the nice thing about Al-Qaeda is if someone does something, the problem with ISIS becoming a big deal is that they're loco. They're fucking insane. So Al-Qaeda, if someone did something, they would be like, yeah, that wasn't us. We know they said that they're with us, but we didn't do that. That's not us. Anyone could do anything. And ISIS would be like, yeah, that was us. They said it was us. That was us. We'll take it. You don't need to take a uni degree. I give you the uni degree. I'll do it for you. I'll do the lecture that I would normally give on this. We'll do the tutorial that I would normally give on Islamic and Arab terror organizations / nationalist organizations / liberation organizations. Pick your poison. We would just do it here. And I would swear a little bit more. And I might give funny analogies, but I would do that in class too. A lot of them are weirdly a lot of them have very strange little fun things that they do. Anyway, the point I wanted to make was just, if people are talking about Hezbollah and they're like, Hezbollah are not even a factor anymore. Don't listen to those fucking idiots. That was all my point was. But you fuckers want to be like, that's not true, actually. Hezbollah have attacked Israel. Oh, I had no idea. I had no fucking idea. Piss me off. If Hezbollah wasn't a factor, Israel wouldn't still be invading. No, Israel would be invading Lebanon. They want to take it. They want it. I know, I'm sorry. Haram, haram. You say Hezbollah like really Australian. Wait until you should I do a Gaza? No. I have this hey Tiggs. I have this article, but I don't know if I agree with it. Should we read it? It's on Lebanon, so we might as well, because we're on that issue right now. It's an intel brief from the Soufan Center. Do I think Trump has a crush on Mamdani? Abso-fucking-lutely. Mamdani just had to flash those pearly whites at that man, and he was all in. Trump loves a charismatic, masculine man. I sound like a character from Fat Pizza? Do you know what's so crazy, though? Most people tell me I don't sound that Australian. They'd probably say Hezbollah. Hezbollah? Hezbollah. I don't know. That's it. Okay. A little bit of reading voice. Also, give me money. This is me trying, guys. There's always like, wait, hang on. There's this, you'll be getting your hair cut or you'll be getting a coffee made. It's like, you know the barber in Gungahlin gives money to ISIS? I don't think anyone here talks about Hezbollah. Okay. Bottom line up front. Thank you, Strategic Institute. Fun terrorism. Subscribe to my stream. Hezbollah's entry into the war has generated significant anger within the Lebanese government, which has long tolerated, accommodated, or at times been constrained by the group. If Israeli defenses are already engaged in intercepting longer-range missiles from Iran, shorter-range missiles from Hezbollah could be synced so that the probability of penetrating the Israeli defense system is increased. I guess, but I just don't think this is the biggest threat. Israel has reportedly warned residents in Lebanon to move north of the Litani River, a step that often signals the possibility of a ground operation. A ground invasion in Lebanon would align with Iran's regional strategy to open several fronts for Israel, while allowing Hezbollah to frame the conflict as a resistant struggle against occupation, an environment where the group historically excels. Okay. I don't necessarily. I question, you know how I said before, and I just want to say it again, that the absolute, the plague of geopolitical analysis is over-rationalization, right? So it's like, oh, this is perfect because Iran wants a front, Hezbollah do well when there's an occupation, they could sync up the missiles. I think this might be a little bit of over-rationalization. Could be wrong. These guys could be right. Okay. America's crashing domestically with... I know! He loves to pill it. He loves to distract. Hezbollah's entry into the conflict with Iran and Israel and the US appears to be driven by broader strategic considerations. That's where I'm kind of not sure. Rather than merely a spontaneous reaction. See, I don't know. But let's see. It's good for us to see a different opinion in case I'm wrong. By the fifth day of the conflict, signs of a coordinated campaign between Iran and Hezbollah began to emerge, with both actors launching joint attacks against Israel. Thank you. Why aren't they coordinating then? My question is, if you're going to coordinate with Hezbollah, right? Why leave the Houthi out? You know? Oh, fuck. Oh, far out. Guys, pro streamer. Yeah, let's just do that. Like, why are the Houthi like, we're here waiting, we'll go whenever you want us to. But and you've got Lebanon, like, it truly is a situation where everyone in Lebanon is like, please do not do this. He's just saying things. Just let him chill. Uh-oh. Guys, don't read my DMs. Fuck. Wait, now I need to check what you saw. Now I need to check. Okay, it looks like it was fuzzy, so it's all good. Why you gotta do that to me? Taxes, guys, I have to let you know something. I'm really into short stack goblin porn. You busted me. Okay. Yeah, these are the tabs that we got to go through tonight. No, that stays off. This coordination suggests an effort to expand the battlefield and increase pressure on Israel from multiple fronts as the conflict continues to escalate. The thing I don't understand is it seems like Israel wants a multiple front war. That's what I don't understand. Like, they have gone so, like, as I said, when Hezbollah fired rockets, they fired 6 rockets, all of which were intercepted, which means Israel could have let that go. Like, genuinely, I don't want to shock you guys, but having rockets fired at Israel is not a new... You're still waiting for my context video. What was my context video meant to be? Having rockets fired at them isn't a new thing in Israel. That's a very common thing, having rockets coming over. To mount a full-on fucking ground invasion and tell everyone from half of Beirut to evacuate is a huge response. So it's like one thing to be like, oh, they're forcing Israel into a multi-front war. They're not. Israel is choosing to enter a multi-front war. This is something they could have ignored. They're choosing a huge response, right? In my opinion. Yeah, when I'm saying, but the thing is, avocadorable, and normally I'm very good about distinguishing from Israel and Netanyahu. I am telling you at this stage, the difference just isn't there in the same way it has been previously. The two are very aligned. Normally, if I felt that Israel and Netanyahu weren't in lockstep, I would make sure to make the distinction. But I feel at the moment, they're completely in lockstep. And there's nothing that Netanyahu could do that the people of Israel wouldn't support. As I said in previous monitoring situations, we are at a phase where the people of Israel have been preparing for this fight with Iran for so long that they are ready to play the game of mercy and they're ready to take the pain, right? So I'm going to tell you, the people of Lebanon did not want Hezbollah to send the rockets over. The government of Lebanon didn't want that. But I don't think that there is a distinction in this moment between what Netanyahu wants and what... Yeah, I think he is going to win the election. 100% I think he is. Especially if Iran falls into absolute disarray. 1,000%. He'll be seen as an absolute hero. And there have been times where what the people of Israel want, like early after October 7, when there was a big stress from people who just wanted their families back, right? And it felt like Bibi had these grander plans. There have been times when Israel and Netanyahu have been out of lockstep, but not right now. Isn't there term limits in Israel? I don't think so. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be running. By launching missiles simultaneously from different directions, Hezbollah and Iran likely aim to overwhelm Israel's air defense system, including the Iron Dome. Missiles launched from Lebanon have a much shorter flight time and than the distance of those fired from Iran. If Israel's defenses are already engaged in intercepting longer range projectiles coming from in my defense, I mean in this article's defense, I agree that this is annoying, having to defend from both sets of projectiles at once. He can't afford not to be PM though. Exactly, he'll go to prison. This would be his 7th election win. Antonio, that's what I was talking about the other stream, where I was like, Netanyahu's worldview is ultimately Israel's worldview, in that it's a very young country in terms of population. And there are some people who really have only known Netanyahu as their prime minister. Like, their whole life has been dominated by having Netanyahu as their leader. Probability, some missiles are able to penetrate. I'm going to say something crazy that I don't fully know. Something that confuses me here, though, is if I'm correct about Israel's air defense system, including the Iron Dome operates on a different system to the system that would be protecting from the longer range missiles. Because I believe the bigger missiles that would be coming from Iran would be defended against, is it David's sling or the arrow? There's the Iron Dome, which is there like for Hezbollah and for Hamas. That is what it is there. It's for the small little rockets. Really, the Iron Dome, yeah, that's what I thought. So David's sling is middle and arrow is top level, and the Iron Dome is the bottom level. So I don't, when they're like, oh, you're not going to be able to defend against these two sets of missiles. I'm like, why not? They're completely different systems. Maybe are they all running on the same thing? Because I would think they're running on different things. So I don't understand how. Guys, we really just need to have a whole fucking day on defense materials. They can't defend from the big kaboom. They're the one who's going to do the big kaboom. If they're not going to do big kaboom. The Iron Dome has 2 grades of missiles, if I recall correctly. The David Sling as defense for longer range ones. Can't send me links. No, I don't want to know how to make a weapon. Guys, wait, hang on. Don't look at my YouTube. You perverts. Rec check time. Hang on. perfect. Guys, we fucking got it. I shouldn't swear so much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Without the Iron Dome.
We got Andrew Chang. Also, I'm tired, so I'm going to have to get a Coke in a second or something. The interceptor is different from the different systems too. If there is a problem, it's more command and control. The more you have to deal with it. Okay, that's true. Okay, I understand that. So yeah, okay. If there's a problem, it's going to be a command and control. So it's easy to overwhelm, more so than there being an actual technical issue with defending against rockets. It's like overwhelming the brain part of it more so than the arms. But let's just watch this anyway so we have a full understanding.
Israel would be in perpetually grave danger. Its short-range but highly effective mobile interceptors have to date blown many thousands of incoming rockets out of the sky. But the Iron Dome alone could not have repelled Iran's massive aerial attack this weekend. The source of the attack, multi-pronged, with missiles and drones launching not just from Iran itself, but also from Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. The nature of the attack also varied. Suicide drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and the timing of the attack staggered, with the relatively slow-moving drones being sent in first, Iran's cruise missiles fired about an hour later, and the strongest salvo coming last. Ballistic missiles, able to close the gap between Iran and Israel in a matter of minutes, all timed to strike at roughly the same moment.
Fuck.
No, the Iron Dome was just one piece of Israel's defense puzzle. Two others, David Sling and Arrow 3, have dramatically different capabilities, different ranges, and even different approaches to destroying incoming missiles and aircraft. Then, on top of all three, Israel has one.
Arrow 3 goes to space, right? Arrow 3 goes up into space?
Another trump card. Let's go through it.
How exciting.
That video, posted online by the Israeli army 3 years ago. The Iron Dome is the bedrock of Israeli missile defense. It's nimble and especially useful when the attacker is launching rockets from just outside your doorstep.
Yeah, that's what
Tonight,
I thought.
Israel's Iron Dome intercepting a barrage of rockets fired by Iran-backed militia group Hezbollah.
At least 2,200 rockets were fired towards Israel.
We're seeing a massive barrage of...
Just quickly, there was an Australian saying it and they said Hezbollah, like I told you they would.
Iron Dome intercepts in the sky.
This is the most used air defense system, missile defense system in the world by far.
The Iron Dome makes headlines because it's the main line of defense against incoming attacks from Hamas and Hezbollah rockets, from Gaza and along Israel's border with other countries. They're literally on wheels, so they can move, and they do often move to keep the enemy guessing. And there are thought to be at least 10 Iron Dome batteries, each capable of firing 20 Tamir missiles in quick succession. Now, the Wall Street Journal actually did a pretty nice explainer specifically about the Iron Dome a few years ago, showing how it's made up of 3 parts. So you have radar, command...
Pete Hegseth would never allow this because you're telling too much.
And control, and the missile batteries themselves. Radar to detect...
Wait, actually, my dark blue names. I have a question. So the THAAD thing, THAAD, I'm going to keep calling it the THAAD because that's what I think it's called. Sometimes I see people call it THAAD missiles. Sometimes I see people call it THAAD batteries. Are they referring to the same thing by different names? What is this? Is it about... I just have questions. I need more information.
Enemy missile launches in real time as they happen, relaying information about incoming rockets' speed and trajectory to a nerve center, which then must determine where the attack is actually headed. So is it going towards people or...
It's like the gun and the bullets. The battery is the launcher. The missiles are the bullets. Okay, I think I got it. Is it Thad? Is it a Thad? Transport and erector.
Key military assets? If so, it launches a guided missile, which is in constant communication with the ground. Then, what's interesting, the missile never actually hits the incoming rocket. It blows itself up nearby. It's a proximity interceptor, and that explosion is what knocks out the target.
The advantage of a proximity system is just that. In other words, you don't actually have to hit the target missile. You can just come close enough.
Israel's army says
Kinda cool,
the Iron
guys.
Dome boasts a 90% success rate. But I will add, that number is heavily disputed, partly because the Iron Dome
Thank you, Blue
doesn't
Room.
actually try to intercept all incoming rockets, only those heading towards strategic targets, and partly because there's no clear accounting of successes and failures beyond what Israel says itself. Either way, the Iron Dome is a base layer of Israel's missile defense. To reach further afield, Israel relies on very different technology.
For the first time, the David Sling was put into operational use, intercepting 2 Islamic Jihad rockets.
And the David Sling, shown in this military handout video, is a relatively new addition to Israel's defensive capability. According to the Israeli army, its first successful real-world launch was only about a year ago against 2 incoming rockets, both fired by the Islamic Jihad, one against Jerusalem, the other against Tel Aviv. David Sling has a much longer range than the Iron Dome, hundreds of kilometers.
It also can take out a wider range of targets, not just the rockets, but cruise missiles and even ballistic missiles.
David Sling missiles have 2-stage propulsion. So stage 1 is launch. Once it burns out, it separates. Then the second system takes over to carry the missile to its target. This second stage gives it more power, more speed, more range. It also launches vertically, meaning it can change course in 360 degrees depending on where its target is coming from. And unlike the Iron Dome, David Sling fires hit-to-kill interceptors. What that means is you have these kind of sophisticated sensors on board and these guidance systems that track the incoming threat, and the missile slams directly into its target.
Seems to be quite effective. We can say that the system as a whole was extremely successful.
This was the proof. This was the first real challenge. These were large numbers. Most experts did not think that Iran would launch this volume of missiles.
It did launch a lot.
And it was extremely effective.
But even then, these aren't the biggest weapons in Israel's defensive arsenal. It is capable of firing at targets much farther away and at incredible speed.
I can never become an OSINT because I don't know about materials. I'm so limited by my lack of actual defense knowledge. I only know about dumb things like history and policy. So I'm only qualified to be like, thread emoji. Here's what you need to know about the Kurds. I would never do that. And if you guys ever see me write a fucking thread, come and get me with one of these interceptors, okay? I'm trying to bluff, but I have you guys in my chat and you know what you're talking about. So I can't bluff. I have to be humble and show humility and ask when I don't know. I'm sorry, Massa, but I can't tell you this information myself because I don't know it. And I'm trying to be like other streamers and not just talk the whole time. It's also, I can't talk the whole time. If you want me to stream for like 4 to 7 hours, occasionally I need to watch something. Sometimes my brain needs a little break.
Part of the system that operates at the highest altitude is the Arrow 3 system. And that is really designed to intercept ballistic missiles that are traveling on a trajectory through space.
The Arrow series of missiles may be the first ever instance of space warfare humanity has ever seen.
Yeah. Let's go to space.
Last October, a few weeks after the October 7th attack by Hamas, Israel's Arrow 2 intercepted a long-range ballistic missile fired from Houthis in Yemen. That interception happened high above the Earth's atmosphere, literally in space. A little over a week later, an Arrow 3 intercepted another missile from Yemen, this one targeting Israel's southern city of Eilat. And it's hard to know for sure.
They killed them in
There's no
space.
clear data on this, but it's believed the Arrow Defense Network, which is what you're seeing here in this Israeli Ministry of Defense handout video, is what Israel relied on to stop most of the more than 100 Iranian ballistic missiles let loose this past Saturday. Of the weapon systems we've discussed, the Arrow is capable of flying the furthest. It's exo-atmospheric, so exo-atmospheric.
Exactly, Ali. I'm not a specialist. I'm a generalist. I can both tell you about the Rap of the Game's mother's relationship with gangs in Los Angeles and the differences between Kurds across different countries. And I don't think there are many people who have that kind of specialty in terms of like that kind of range.
Atmospheric, meaning it flies high, high up, and it's hypersonic, meaning it travels more than 5 times the speed of sound.
The thing about the Arrow is that it...
People want to say they don't understand how gender relations got so bad, but it's the same people who jumped down a girl's throat for daring to make the relatable statement. It's so crazy that missiles can go into space. It is. It's so crazy that anything can go into space. But in particular, it's so crazy that missiles can go into space. It feels like... Okay, you ready for... This is my... I get 1 extra dumb minute each stream. The other day it was the oxygen thing, okay? Today... it's space. And I'm just going to go for it. Does the missile go faster in space? I don't understand why you want it to go up there. Because it feels like you're going very far away. Like, no drag. So faster? But no gravity. How does speed work in space? I don't even know how things get fast. I just realized I don't know how you get speed. Don't you need friction to accelerate? Isn't that how tires work? But you don't have tires on a missile. How do things get fast? Oh my God. I should have gone to more science. Oh my God. Literally, I was just like, I should have gone to more science classes. Because I used to, sometimes the class, okay, I gotta admit something to you. Sometimes if I didn't like a class in school that I had to do, I would skip it to go to the library and study for my other classes. So I didn't really go to science. Also, the teacher yelled at me because I held a funeral for the frog in biology. And after I got yelled at, I was like, you know what? Fuck this class. I like English, I like history, I like religion, I like philosophy, I like music, I like drama. Maths and science can kiss my motherfucking ass. And I stopped going. Okay? But just then when I was like, oh, I should have gone to science. Do you know what popped into my head? The movie Flubber, which tells you my relationship with science. Okay, let me just see. Okay, space is big. You might think it's a long way away to the chemist, but that's peanuts compared to space. I know, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I need to scroll up a little bit. Okay, no atmospheric resistance, no drag. Okay, so there's nothing pulling it back. It can go faster because there's no friction pulling it back. but it comes down hard and fast. Like, I think you can still snort it in space. Good to know. The missiles don't, drag is politically correct. Woke and gay, got it. Pointy things are easy to get into space, to be fair. True. Okay. Speed comes from the Bernie bit. Okay, so no friction tires. The thrust. Drive acceleration. Okay. Speed comes from energy. Flamey bit, make no flamey bit move. That is actually very helpful. Eject from the butt. So eject flames from your butt. Drag equals negative energy. God. This is just like oxygen already. Propellant being burned goes really fast backwards. That makes the rocket go forwards. Force reaction. Force the burnt fuel out of my butt. Greater than the weight of the missile. Okay. I'm not even going to ask questions because I have too many. It's only 100 kilometers above Earth? Guys, I really should. Everyone has their thing. Don't come to me for any of this. Okay, I have a dumb question, but I'm going to say it because I'm already being dumb. This is the kind of stream where I end up hiding it after the fact because you can't see me like this. You can't see me stupid, okay? Do planes go to space? Because if it's only 100 kilometers, I feel like we get very high. We only go 6 miles? What the fuck? That doesn't seem like that's high enough. Guys, 10 kilometers is not okay. That is not high enough. Okay, I don't want G5. I saw Tom Cruise do that in the plane. And guys, I don't feel like we're going high enough. It's fuel efficiency. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, you know what? It's all right. We learned things. Oh my God. Fuck. I don't like it. You know what? This is why I don't go to science. And this is why I don't learn about science because, hang on, I'm stuck. My earphones are stuck. I learn about science and I don't like it. I hate it, actually. Hang on. Nothing I'm learning. You want to do theoretical physics right now? I can actually, my friend is a physicist and I can get her on stream and she can do one lesson with us and you will find it. I don't understand how we're friends. I do actually. We're such close friends. She's an astrophysicist. What does she study? This makes no, I'm going to say words to you. No idea what they mean. So get ready. Localized Fock space cages in kinetically constrained models. Okay, that's something she wrote. Also, Oh, check this out. No, I don't want to dox my friend. Physical theory of two-stage thermalization. Quantifying quantum chaos through quantifying quantum chaos through micro-canonical distributions of entanglement. That's what we should learn on stream. A characteristic feature of quantum chaotic systems is that their eigenspectra and eigenstates display universal statistical properties described by random matrix theory. Duh. Yeah, I'm sorry. My friend is a quantum physicist, so that's what we would have to learn. There are a bunch of new words in here that I didn't know were words. And there are charts. How exciting. I think she studied black hole. I don't know what she studied. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Quantum physics, easy. Okay, guys. We're not going to study physics anymore. What we've learned. Space is only 100 kilometers away. Crazy. We only fly 10 kilometers above the ground. Fucked up. There's no drag in space. Awesome. You propel by shitting fire. And we're still dealing with the fact that there's something called O3. I come here to teach you, and I end up learning shit that I didn't even know I had to learn. Suddenly, I know more than the Trump administration. Don't 07 me. Guys, should I join the army? No. Crazy. Thumbsprain, don't laugh at me. I only just learned this. And you can say O3 is the ozone, and that makes sense to me, right? I'm like, oh, cool. I know what the ozone is, because I know there's a hole in the ozone. I know the ozone is a layer. And then I'm like, holy fuck. What the fuck is the ozone? And then you realize you thought you knew something, but when you try and actually think about it and you're like, what is it? You're like, I actually don't know what that is. Guys, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you watch the rest of this video without me. Okay? I'm going to get a Coke. When I come back, we're going to talk about the Kurds because I need to reestablish some authority on this stream. Okay? I need to demonstrate knowledge so I don't end it all. Because what happens is I sit here, I'm vulnerable with you guys. I'm intellectually vulnerable. I show you, yeah, there's some stuff I really, really know. But because I spent all of that time really, really trying to understand that, there are just big holes. Big fucking holes. And we need to move away from the holes. Okay? And move to the areas I know a little bit about. I don't want to learn science. I'm too old to learn science. I had an opportunity. It was when I was in school. And I didn't I didn't. Because it got too mathsy. And the problem with maths for me was always I could get the answer, but I couldn't do the working. If you left me alone, I felt like my brain got big and my skull got small, but I could write the answer down. But I couldn't write the working. And I felt it was unfair that you didn't get the mark if you had the right answer, if you didn't have the working, because I can't tell you how I worked it out. I just worked it out. You thought I was crazy smart when you first heard me on Destiny, and now you think I'm stupid because you know that I don't understand science at all. I need to do some philosophy streams. I need to do some shit where I flex on all of you motherfuckers and I make you think that you don't even know how language works. Guys, this is why I have to delete my streams, because I show you my soul. And it's highly embarrassing. The working where you write out how you got to the answer. But I did that all up here. And I don't know what I did up there. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. All I know is I got the right answer, so why does it matter what I did? What the fuck is an eigenstate? You better believe the very first thing I'm doing when I get off this stream is writing to my friend and saying, please tell me what an eigenstate is. Please. Okay, guys, I will try and do a philosophy stream. We are in the middle of war, so it feels like not the time. Feels like I should read the room. Matrices is when I clocked out of maths. Mentally, when they started putting in letters, when X, Y, and Z abandoned the alphabet to join maths, and when they started doing levels to shit, I was like, you know what? This class just isn't for me. Okay, I'm going to get a Coke. I'll be back and I'll stop being dumb. I've actually done a philosophy of war. Ali, I did a stream on Thucydides. I did a stream on Thucydides. I could do a stream on just war principles, but to be honest, when you get to like philosophy of war, it's a lot more like liberalism and law, because Thucydides is maybe as philosophical as you can get about war. I could do that again. I enjoyed giving my little stream on Thucydides. And that's also a really interesting topic on like historiography, because it's very interesting how like the history of we can make something work. But yeah, you guys watch this.
Is what Israel relied on to stop most of the more than 100 Iranian ballistic missiles let loose this past Saturday. Of the weapon systems we've discussed, the Arrow is capable of flying the furthest.
I'm actually going to take it back a bit further, just in case.
This was the first real challenge. These were large numbers. Most experts did not think that Iran would launch this volume of missiles. And it was extremely effective.
But even then, these aren't the biggest weapons in Israel's defensive arsenal. It is capable of firing at targets much farther away and at incredible speed.
Part of the system that operates at the highest altitude is the Arrow 3 system. And that is really designed to intercept ballistic missiles that are traveling on a trajectory through space.
The Arrow series of missiles may be the first ever instance of space warfare humanity has ever seen. Last October, a few weeks after the October 7th attack by Hamas, Israel's Arrow 2 intercepted a long-range ballistic missile fired from Houthis in Yemen. That interception happened high above the Earth's atmosphere, literally in space. A little over a week later, an Arrow 3 intercepted another missile from Yemen, this one targeting Israel's southern city of Eilat. And it's hard to know for sure. There's no clear data on this, but it's believed the Arrow Defense Network, which is what you're seeing here in this Israeli Ministry of Defense handout video, is what Israel relied on to stop most of the more than 100 Iranian ballistic missiles let loose this past Saturday. Of the weapon systems we've discussed, the Arrow is capable of flying the furthest. It's exo-atmospheric, so exo-atmospheric, meaning it flies high, high up, and it's hypersonic, meaning it travels more than 5 times the speed of sound.
The thing about the Arrow is that it's designed for longer range systems. In other words, a long range missile that's being fired at Israel. And these longer range missiles, because they go much higher into the atmosphere, come down with much greater speed. So you need a faster interceptor, one that can also go out further. That's what sets Arrow apart from David Sling and Iron Dome.
The Arrow 3 can even be launched into space before knowing where the target missile is going. It can change direction dramatically mid-flight, and kind of like an eagle spotting its prey, it can dive bomb, slamming directly into the incoming threat. Hit to kill. You know, I started by saying that the Iron Dome alone doesn't explain how Israel was able to so effectively repel Iran's attack. But even these 3 systems working together don't give us a full picture of what defenses Israel can count on, because for that, we have to look well outside Israel's borders. According to various media reports, 2 U.S. squadrons of F-15 Strike Eagles took down dozens of attack drones in midair, heading towards Israel. 2 Navy destroyers in the Mediterranean intercepted several ballistic missiles, some of which, both a missile and a number of drones, hadn't even been launched. They were struck and destroyed preemptively in Houthi-controlled parts of Yemen.
Sorry.
In all, according to U.S. Central...
Philosophy is literally just, it was invented and throughout all of history has been used as an excuse to talk to people you have a crush on. Literally look at the personal life of pretty much any philosopher, and they're either like extremely mentally ill or just in love with everyone around them. I was going to ask Baruch, guys, I knew you'd be fucking weird about the Coke and the Pepsi thing. I can't. You should sub to me so that I can afford Coke. My mum likes Pepsi. I like Coke, but I'm a people pleaser. And at the end of the day, I can stomach it. So I don't know what you want me to do. Okay, so the DCA cap. J-Star. No, I'm not even going to try and remember.
Command. It destroyed more than 80 suicide drones and at least 6 ballistic missiles intended to strike Israel from Iran and Yemen. The UK's Prime Minister confirmed his country's Typhoon jets also shot down a number of Iranian drones. Jordan, too, says it intercepted some number of flying objects that entered its airspace. And other countries, like Saudi Arabia, provided intelligence.
The allyship is extremely important to Israel. And, Israel is a very small country geographically. In terms of its size, it has a very...
Lebanon is smaller. Sorry. It always annoys me when people say it. It always annoys me. Lebanon's smaller. Defensive counter-air. Okay. Thank you, Baruch. I'm following. God. I have so much to learn.
Advanced military, but it is very reliant on assistance, especially from the U.S.
Israel has proven incredibly resilient to attack. There is no precedent for this kind of assault on this scale from Iran. But bear in mind, it also knew this attack was coming. It attacked Iran's consulate in Syria 2 weeks ago, killing 2 Iranian generals. It likely would have expected retaliation. And it had at least days of advance warning from the United States that drones and missiles would soon be on the way.
Iran was surprisingly transparent, not only publicly, but also privately through diplomatic back channels to the US and Israel to clearly signal that an attack was coming.
Yet, even still, of the 300 drones and missiles Iran launched, a dozen or so got through, hitting an Israeli airbase and severely injuring a 7-year-old
No, we don't tell
girl.
people
So
what gets
now,
hit.
as Israel weighs its next move, strike back or
Wait.
de-escalate, it will have to take into account how willing its partners will be to
Oh,
wage
okay.
a wider
I was like, what are you talking about? But this is from a year ago. Okay.
war. Because if one thing has become clear, it's that Israel counts on its allies not just for funding, but also for firepower.
Boom!
It can't go it alone.
Okay, guys, it's my time. And we've got some shit to read about the Kurds too, okay? Let me just... Oh, the other thing I just wanted to say about Lebanon that was interesting that we should have mentioned, because I only talked about Hezbollah. Sorry, I don't know why I drink a soda really fast and then I'm like surprised that... Anyway. The interesting statement from Emmanuel Macron about defending Lebanon. Because remember how when we were monitoring the situation previously, I was like, France is like, we need to defend our allies in the region. And I was like, what allies, Macron? Are you talking about Lebanon? Or are you talking about Israel? Like, very confusing. But here, look at this. For Lebanon, we must act. Okay, so Lebanon. Everything must be done to prevent this country, so close to France, from once again being drawn into war. The Lebanese have a right to peace and security like everyone in the Middle East. It is to halt the war and prevent the worst that following my exchanges with President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, I spoke today with Lebanon's highest authorities in order to establish a plan to bring an end to the military operation currently being carried out by Hezbollah and Israel on either side of the border. Hezbollah must immediately cease its fire towards Israel. Israel must refrain from any ground intervention or large-scale operation on Lebanese territory. The Lebanese authorities have given me their commitment to take control of the positions held by Hezbollah and to fully assume responsibility of security across the entire national territory. I give them my full support. France will strengthen its cooperation with the Lebanese armed forces and this is super important as well in terms of like Lebanese armed forces are not Hezbollah. In the same way that Artesh, the Iranian military, the Iranian armed forces, Artesh, are not the IRGC. It's very important that we do not conflate these things. The French detachment within the United Nations force in Lebanon is also continuing its mission. Concerned about the displacement of tens of thousands of Lebanese civilians, I've decided the immediate dispatch of humanitarian aid, several tons of medicine, blah, 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 blah. Friendship with Lebanon. At this moment of danger, I call the Israeli Prime Minister not to expand the war to Lebanon. Well, that's something. I call on Iranian leaders not to further draw... Did Hezbollah fire rockets into Israel? For sure. Is Israel looking at doing a ground invasion? For sure. But it is consistent. It is historic. I didn't have aviators ready. I'm going to get some stunt aviators. Just so we can have our own for sure moments. And it's the Basij as well. Also, the leader of the Basij has been dressed up as a woman. He's been going around dressed up as a woman. Let me see if I can find that picture for you. I know. Can you believe I have no props? You think I have learnt nothing? Here. Look at this. This is Yasser Lafuti, who is the head of the Basush. That's him! Sneaky. Strange shoes. Very tall woman. But yeah. Clever. Tactical drag. America said no more politically correct wars. Iran said, oh, we're going as woke as you could imagine. We must rescue him from oppression. Okay. Let me just get my shit sorted. I don't know how much longer I'll go, guys. I do want to come back maybe tomorrow night or the next night. I want to be more consistent. I would have come back last night if my dog didn't fucking try and kill himself. So annoying. Oh, I want to watch this quickly. I'm not dipping. I mean, you can make me stay longer if you sub to me. I have to be tactical about what works best, which is it better for me to do 3 to 4 hours every night? Or is it better for me to do longer amounts of time? You know? Okay.
I do think...
Wait, that's so quiet. I'll turn it right up for you guys.
This is a strategy of potentially playing with fire. The Kurds in Iran are wonderful people who've suffered tremendously under the Islamic Republic.
Guys, I can't get it any louder. I'm sorry.
But they constitute only 10% of the country's population, so they're never going to be able to really constitute an existential threat to the regime in Tehran. At the same time, I would argue the greatest countervailing force against the radical Islamism of the Iranian regime is Iranian nationalism, and I would say pluralistic Iranian nationalism, a nationalism that encompasses Persians, Kurds, Azeris, and others. And there's a real danger here, Aaron, that if Iranians feel that it's a U.S. strategy to essentially try to factionalize and splinter the country, that's something that they're very sensitive about. And I think that the vast majority of Iranians will be opposed to any outside attempts to try to threaten the territorial integrity of the country.
So that's super duper important, which is like even people who really, really hate the regime care about the territorial integrity of Iran. And that if people see someone trying to break that up, it's just, there is not, and as I say, just because everyone agrees and there's a bunch of experts who have an opinion doesn't mean that everyone can't be wrong, right? It happens. But there is not a single person that I have encountered that is an expert on this region that thinks arming the Kurds is a good next move here. Also, thank you so much, Alleyway Girl, for succumbing to my money bullying. I appreciate it, and every minute of stream that I do from this minute on is for you.
It's fascinating. I'm thinking what President Pezeshkian said to me and other reporters in the fall when he talked about how what happened last summer. He said strengthened national belief in the system. Now, obviously, they were mass demonstrations, so that was that.
Okay, wait. Let me get my notes up that I wrote to talk to you about. Grey's Anatomy? I don't know what that's about. Yay. The girl, exactly, pussy. So I'm actually going to talk about that. That's in my notes. The thing about arming the Kurds is that it doesn't, as he just said in that video, right? It doesn't tip the balance militarily, right? It's not like the Kurds are a strong enough force that it creates an important military factor. It spooks Iranians who have a sense of nationalism and makes them not want to be involved in any pushback and makes them feel very suspicious of international intervention. And it burns any goodwill that Iranians have towards the US if they think that the US is arming the Kurds. Because what they see then is that THAAD battery is the whole system, which includes a mobile radar fire control system, trucks, and multiple mobile missile launchers. Okay, awesome. Thank you, though. That's helpful. I say I'm learning. Because nobody in Iran wants to be plunged into a civil war, right? So even if they want help to overthrow the regime, nobody wants civil war in Iran. And it's very, I don't even know where this idea came from within the administration. I've been looking like at who has been pushing or like who has ever been a fan of arming the Kurds in this sort of situation. The only person I can find is Mike Pompeo, which doesn't really make sense because he's not a part of this administration. The administration doesn't seem to like him at all. So I'm very confused about the push for Kurdish separatism in Iran. Now, the Kurds, like something that's undeniable. Exactly. We often betray the Kurds, but this is the important thing is that we can't even, like, I'm talking about the Kurds now, but I'm specifically talking about Iranian Kurds. I'm going to go through and talk about other Kurds, but as I have said before, and let me repeat myself, when we speak of the Kurds as a group, it's the same as speaking of Arabs as a group, right? It's an ethnicity. So different Kurds in different countries have different political systems, different goals, often speak different languages. So to speak of the Kurds as a single force is actually nonsensical. It's like saying that monolithic, got it. It's like saying that Lebanese Arabs and Gulf Arabs have the same sort of concerns, politics, issues. Like it is very nonsensical. I know that it's very hard to kind of contend with this administration because it's like they are talking about just openly plunging Iran into complete chaos and turning it into a failed state. This is a constant problem I'm having. How can you say that and have it make any sense? That's not good for anyone. Big Man Maniac, we've talked about Iran and nuclear weapons so many times now on this stream. It's just not possible for them to develop. It's like, it's a lovely thing to be like, maybe they should just get nukes. How? How do you want them to get nukes? What I'm thinking is it's easy to use that perceived homogeneity as a justification of a crackdown on people that are technically different. Yeah. They keep saying they want regime change. Obviously, their actions speak differently. Yeah. Just get nukes. Duh. Come on, guys. Iran would, Israel, Maf, I have actively said that if any kind of Turkish separatism is achieved, Kurdish separatism is achieved within Iran, that area will essentially be an Israeli puppet state. But the problem is, like, not to be rude about it, but if you do that, give Iran, 10 years to rebuild, and they'll go for that land and they'll take it back. They'll take back that territory. They'll defeat the Kurds. Like, it's not a serious option. Okay, so yeah, if you look at the western part, hang on. Guys, why did I have a Coke? It's so disgusting. Okay, if you look at the western part of Iran, which is where the Kurds, Iranian Kurds, are the most prominent, it's definitely true that they can create a massive problem. They can get some of the Iranian security forces to be tied up so that they can't be operating elsewhere, right? But because of the chaos, because of the risk of civil war, because of the risk of territorial disintegration, you're going to upset the people generally of Iran, even those who oppose the regime, okay? Because it's not like Kurdish activity is a new thing for them. It's not like the Kurds playing up in the west of Iran is a new thing. So we already know how most Iranians feel about Kurdish activity in the west of their country. So even though in a broader sense it might create some weakening of the regime or security forces, the Kurds could never bring about regime change. They will not lead to the mobilization of, people aren't going to be like, wow, the Kurds are rising up, let's rise up too. That's not going to happen. And to some extent, they will backfire, right? And there'll be a problem. People won't want to participate in what's going on. So let's just talk about, let's talk about the Iraqi Kurds for a second. So the Kurds in Iraq, this is very important for everyone to learn. The Kurds in Iraq have had autonomy within a framework of Iraq's federal system since 2003. So politically, the Kurds in Iraq are in a much different situation. This is called the Kurdistan region of Iraq, okay? Or the Kurdistan Regional Government, so the KRI or the KRG. That area is led by the Kurdistan Democratic Party, the KDP, and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, the PUK. Okay? Kurds in Turkey, Syria, and Iran do not have any formal legal status, rights, or recognition in the same way that the Kurds in Iraq do. They have been persecuted by the central governments of those countries, and many of them have formed resistance movements, okay? Let me tell you, nobody hates the Kurds like Turkey, okay? But in Turkey, in Syria, and Iran, the Kurds are doing a very different thing to the Kurds in Iraq, where they basically have an autonomous zone, their own kind of governance, they're recognized, they have formal legal status, okay? So we're talking about a very different situation between these regions. Now, the Kurdish region in Iran is known as East Kurdistan or Rojava, which is Kurdish for East. And that's actually been like the key part of the Kurdish struggle for decades. That is where like the very first modern Kurdish state was, which was the Republic of Kurdistan. And that was founded in Mahabad in 1946, but it was destroyed in the same year. But just so you know, like the Republic of Kurdistan, the heart of the whole resistance, the idea of like a Kurdish nation, is in Iran, is in East Kurdistan. Kurdish groups opposed the monarchy in 1979, so they weren't a fan of the Shah, but they also didn't fuck with the Islamic Republic, right? And they were the last people to give in to the Islamic Republic in the 80s. So there was a period where they governed themselves, but whenever they govern themselves in Iran, it's followed by a crackdown. Ginny Amini is the name of that woman that you mentioned, Pussies, who was murdered by the Islamic Republic morality police and sparked the uprising in 2022. And that uprising started in Kurdish regions, and those Kurdish communities have been facing severe repression ever since then. So there's been a very hard crackdown on Kurdish communities since 2022. The Kurds in Iran are okay, so you remember how I said Kurds in Iraq, they've got their own government, they're recognized, they've got their own party. Particularly since 2022, Kurds in Iran can't speak their language, they can't practice their culture, they make up a huge number of political prisoners, they make up a huge number of executions, they have absolutely no democratic representation, they have no legal means to express any dissent against the government, they have absolutely no rights, they have no freedoms whatsoever. And so, because they are so cracked down on in Iran, most Iranian Kurdish groups operate in exile. So that usually means they are actually operating out of Iraqi Kurdistan. But the KRI, right? Thank you. Thank you, Bad Horse. We fucking love money. So the KRI, so that's the Iraqi Kurdistan, right? Just because they have their own land doesn't mean it's big. Doesn't mean it's like a long-term safe space. It's small, it's landlocked, and everyone around them doesn't really like them. So guess what KRI do not want to do? Any guesses? They don't want to pick a fight with Iran. It's not in their interest. They don't want to do it. They don't want to pick a fight with Iran. It's not something they want to do. Zoom call code meetings. So the Kurdish groups, the Iranian Kurdish groups, they want autonomy. They want rights. And they often confront the state. Oh no, why did my YouTube failed. 1 second. Let me see if I can get you guys back. I don't know where they went, guys. YouTube's gone forever. One second. I can't live without you guys. I have to make it work. Yeah, Erdogan hacked me because I mentioned the freaking Kurds and he was like, not on my watch. Okay, YouTube will return when YouTube returns. I'll keep having a look every now and then at YouTube to check. But for now, you're missing to me. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Back to coverage. So, obviously, we know Iranian Kurds do confront the state sometimes, and sometimes they do it by force. But if you think that KRI is going to provoke a fight with Iran when that could threaten their autonomy in Iraq, you are completely mistaken. The last thing that KRI wants is a fight with a stronger neighbor. So Kurdistan in Iraq, once again, this is why it's so important to not think of the Kurds as a monolith, because the Kurds in Iraq and the Kurds in Iran have different interests, right? The interest of the Kurds in Iraq is to keep their autonomous situation, what they have going on with Iraq having the Kurdish autonomous region, but also deep Iranian elements inside the ruling class. Well, this is what I'm trying to say. So even though there are Iranians in the ruling class in terms of their connections to Iran, they do not want to risk losing what they have, losing their democratic rights, losing their autonomous land, losing everything they fought for and got in Iraq. They simply won't. It's not worth it to them to risk losing that to go to war with Iran for what, right? It's not worth it. Now, the Iranian Kurds might, but these are different actors with different interests. Yeah, Barak, it's like saying that's why I keep using the example of the Arabs, because you're essentially referring to an ethnicity that exists across different states where there are different political structures, there are different goals, there's different relationships with the central state at play. Like the Arabs in Lebanon have a very different relationship to the Arabs in Saudi. Emiratis are not the same as like Sunni Muslims in Lebanon. And if you just say like Arabs, it's kind of like almost a meaningless generalization, in the same way that if you just say like the Kurds, you're not actually saying anything that's all that meaningful. I'm sorry, YouTube, you're still not with me, but I'm checking on you every now and then, okay? And Iraqi regime, via pressure from Iran, won't try to pick a fight with the Iraqi. Well, that's why they would, Masa. If Iraqi Kurdistan tries to pick a fight with Iran, then exactly, that's why I'm saying they're a small landlocked autonomous zone that is surrounded by people who don't like them. So they can't afford to pick a fight, nor do they have any desire to. They won't. So it's important to acknowledge as well. No, that's okay. That the Kurds haven't just started fighting Iran, fighting in Iran. They've been fighting in Iran for their own area, for their own state, for nearly a century. Okay, so this isn't a new thing. Any media outlet that tries to convince you that there we go. We're back. Sorry. Now I just have to deal with my chat going all the way back to the top. Okay. The exiled Iranian Kurds might push for a conflict, paradiddle, but they wouldn't be doing it with backing of KRI. They're not doing it with KRG officials. Nothing to do with Iraqi Kurdistan will be involved. And in fact, there'll be a big push from Iraqi Kurdistan and the KRI to not have that affiliated with Iraqi Kurdistan at all. They won't have the support of the area to push for that. Let me just... Oh my God. Welcome back, Kurds. I'm a big supporter of a Kurdish state. Okay. I am, if you were to, and I'm someone who has, as I've told you many times, I have worked for the Palestinian delegation, right? I have been very free Palestine my whole life. Okay. I did my university degree basically based on the whole idea of like free Palestine, but free the Kurds is like maybe even something like when I look at a people who deserve like a state, Kurds are up there, man. But my point is, if you hear any media organization or any influencer or content creator trying to convince you that Iraqi Kurds are going to invade Iran, do not trust those people. They are full of shit. KRG officials have repeatedly stated and will keep stating that they are not involved in this conflict. They have no interest in being involved in this conflict, okay? They don't want to be involved. Are Iranian Kurdish groups crossing the border. Again, this is being denied. Now, some groups, as you guys have noted, and as I have said to you now, some groups that are in Iraqi Kurdistan are civilian organizers or fighters from Iran, and they've been there for years. And of course, they have supporters that are willing to mobilize, but the conditions for an uprising are not currently in place. And these people aren't dumb. As I said, they have been fighting in Iran for a century. Okay? There's a reason they're in exile. They're not new to this fight. And the circumstances that they require to operationalize are not currently there. The conditions for an uprising are not in place. It's hard at the moment to get information out of Iran, particularly Rojhelet, but that is an area, okay, so the part of Iran that is Kurdish or has a heavy Kurdish population, you should understand is basically under IRGC military occupation, okay? So the IRGC are hugely and have been there since 2022, right? And so what do you think is being attacked by the US and by Israel? Areas that have a lot of IRGC. So at the moment, there's a bunch of IRGC in the Kurdish part of Iran, and it's being bombed the fuck out of, okay? Not a place you want to do an uprising, and yet that's where the Kurds in Iran are. So that's not the right conditions to organize, not the right conditions to do an uprising. The conditions are not right. These aren't stupid people. These are people who have been fighting the Iranian state for a very, 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 very long time. Okay? So, the KDP, the PUK are not going to invade Iran. And I just... Look at you. Wallach, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. And to suggest that they will is to completely ignore the fact that Iraqi Kurds have their own interests. And their number one interest is not going to war with a neighbor that is willing to strike all of their economic infrastructure, everything they've worked on to build a state, who's willing to kill their civilians. It's to completely flatten Kurds to a point that you're no longer really talking about them. Is there a specific group that the US will back? Well, that's the only group that they really could, the only group that would be able to do anything really would be Iranian Kurds, because they're the only ones who have the right to do it. And they're in Iraqi Kurdistan, and they'd be needing the backing of those Kurds. And that's just not going to happen. There are not Iranian Kurds crossing the border from Kurdistan to set up in Rojhelet, because the conditions are bad. And the Iraqi Kurds aren't willing to do it themselves. They've expressed many times they have absolutely no interest in doing that. Okay, so, okay, on top of all of this, Iranians would be deterred by this. They wouldn't, because Iranians don't want the Kurds to have a state. They don't want territorial disintegration. So it just doesn't, it's such a, I've got some pieces that I haven't read yet because I don't pre-read on the Kurds thing, if we want to read them. But do you guys feel that you at least know a little bit more about the Kurdish situation now? I think the IRGC, the thing you have to realize about the IRGC is that they are an extremely ideological group. So, yes, you can freeze the bank account. So you also have to understand, IRGC has been living under sanctions for a very long time. They're also a transnational group. They're not an Iranian-only group. And the IRGC have been working in cryptocurrency for a long time as well. So you can do freezes and stuff. The US can't block the strait. It won't happen. You could starve the Iranian people, but they're not going to be able to... Big man maniac, this is once again a thing that I keep bringing up. You're talking about 93 million people overthrowing about 30 million people. So you need a huge part of the IRGC, and you're asking them to overthrow without any weapons and without the ability to organize while they're under sanctions. And you have no leader, you have no organizing principle. So it's a very strange ask. I don't know how you would ever expect them to do that, because you're saying, if you believe the veracity of the claims, that the IRGC, before even any of this started, they were willing to kill 30,000 of their own people. So you think under a war condition where they're trying to overthrow the regime, that the IRGC wouldn't be willing to shoot at their own people, and they don't have any guns or anything to support them to overtake this extremely militant and organized force? I don't understand why you think that starving them to the point that they're going to overthrow the IRGC. I don't think that that would happen. And also, what you tend to do when you start to afflict the people like that, they end up turning to the very forces that you're trying to get them to turn against. So, like, this is a big thing with Hamas, right? Part of the reason that Hamas constantly attacks Israel is because they know Israel will attack back, right? And that will affect the economy of the Gaza Strip. That will affect, people will lose their homes, they'll lose their businesses, they'll go without food, and then they will need to go to Hamas, who also provide all the welfare for that state. They want to create a welfare state where people rely on them. IRGC, this 30 million number is the Basij, the Artesh, and the IRGC. These are the people. If you look at the Basij, it's what, 10 million? I think if you look at how many people support the Iranian regime, I can find the number from, I gotta remember where I found it, but I'm telling you, it's not 100,000 people. And you're crazy if you think that it's just 100,000 people who support the regime and keep the regime in power. I mean, these people have an assembly of experts that's fucking 88 people. That's an insane amount of experts to have. Let's see. How many people in the Basij? It can be up to over 10 million. It operates under the IRGC. So Basij is under the IRGC, and it can, when mobilized, it can exceed 1 million to over 10 million. Active versus potential strait, while sometimes referred to by officials as a 20 million strong army, analysts suggest that the core strength is upward of 600,000 personnel, but that's not operationalizing any of the Basij. Guys. You are still let me do some quick maths. This is like, I understand, like, okay. I think you guys think that when I'm saying this, I want Iran, the Iranian regime, to win, or I think you guys think I'm suggesting something I'm not suggesting, right? Even if 70% of Iranians oppose the regime, that leaves you with what? 30 million, 28 million that don't, okay? So, the thing is, Iran is also not a small country. So, if you're going to overthrow the regime, the population of Iran is 93 million. Okay? I'm happy to be skeptical of data. What I'm trying to tell you is that it is such an unfair ask of the Iranian people to say, hey, in the cities where the regime exists, which we can also assume are IRGC strongholds, okay, where these people are an extremely militant and well-armed force who have shown absolutely no regard for civilians and a complete willingness to kill them, regardless of what number you mean, right? I am saying, asking them when they have nobody to organize behind, no history organizing because they have been oppressed by a brutal regime, they have no weapons, they have been starved by sanctions. You are also saying that within this area, you're counting all of the women and children in these numbers. So you are asking what ends up being a very small number in the key cities that would need to rise up against the IRGC, who have no weapons, have no organizing, have no funds, okay? You are asking them, hey, just rise up and take over. And you just said to me in a comment, what if we starved these people to the point that they took over against the IRGC? Do you know what would happen the second you start sanctions, the second you start blocking food? Do you know who keeps the food that's there? Do you know who has access to the food that's there? The IRGC. You know who's eating good? The IRGC. So you're saying, I hope the starving population with no organizing, no protection, no weapons rise up against an extremely well-fed, organized, militant, completely brutal force and overthrow them. When I tell you the numbers, when I try and explain to you the strength of the IRGC, it's not because I'm like, guys, the Iranian regime is so strong and powerful, they're gonna win. I'm telling you, you're being a fucking asshole. You're being a fucking asshole by not understanding the situation in a completely sober way that makes you realize what a fucking crazy thing that is to suggest. That's why I'm giving you the numbers, not because I'm like, wow, the IRGC and the regime, so fucking sexy and powerful. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the ask you are putting forward is humongous. No, it's not just their question. It's the follow-up when I'm like stating things and it's like, well, isn't the IRGC just like 100K people? Just like rise up, dude. Where are you getting these numbers? It's just like a few people with guns. Oh, of course. My bad. If it's just a few people with guns, let's just starve them until they go up against them, right? Big Man Maniac, it wasn't even you. It's the other people under you. It's the other people under you. It wasn't you. Yeah, this is, Sharif, exactly. The Iranian regime have crippled its people, broken their spirits, taken all of the weaponry into the IRGC. You all don't know what she's saying because it's suicide for most people without any guarantee. Exactly. All I am trying to say to you is it is so fucking unfair for you guys to be like, I don't think you, I know that you're just trying to like get a descriptive understanding of like numbers. Okay, so I understand it. But even if the IRGC, and we don't count the Basish and we don't count Artesh, we assume that Artesh turned completely. Even if we don't count the entirety of the force that supports the regime and we just assume the number, the IRGC is only 100,000 people. To say only 100,000? You make me want to scream. You guys upset me deeply. You guys make me so upset. How would you feel if you guys are in Washington, D.C. and Trump became for years, decades and decades and decades and decades, became a super big force? I'm not singing at all. I'm not singing. Didn't I change the title of the stream? Did I not? Fucking hell. It's meant to be monitoring the situation. It won't even open for me. I can't change the title of the stream. The IRGC have superior firepower, but they're also a transnational force. They exist outside of Iran. Imagine if I was like, guys, why don't you just rise up against the United States Army? There's only 100,000 of them. What if we starved you to the point that you were willing to... Like, it's just one of those things where I'm like, I am the Ayatollah. I am the Ayatollah. Okay. I'm sorry I lost my cool. It has nothing to do. I just want to be very clear. I just want to be so clear. I do not support the Islamic Republic. I do not want the Islamic Republic to come out on top. Okay? I do not want them to win. Nor do I think in any sort of conventional way does Iran match up to the United States and Israel. Okay? And nor have I ever suggested that in any of these streams. I've been very clear about what their strategy is to counteract the fact that they conventionally can't live up at all, right? I'm not Team Ayatollah. But I think you are fucking cruel when you suggest that the Iranians should just rise up. I think it is a cruel thing to suggest. It is cruel because it accounts for absolutely nothing that they experience. It is literally let them eat cake. That is what it is. When you say that, I hear let them eat cake. When the US administration says that, I hear let them eat cake. It is such ignorance to the situation of people living in Iran. That is a suggestion that could only be born from such ignorance. Can we make peace with Iran? I don't even know what is possible. Like, Big Man Maniac, it's such a problem now. Like, we're at a point where I genuinely don't know what the off-ramp is. I don't know how this ends, and I'm very nervous about it because I don't see what the off-ramp is. Could peace be... Before this, peace could have been made with Iran. Before this. But now that it started, I don't know how it stops. And Teflon, not to once again toot my own horn. But if you guys remember, 3 days before this conflict started, I said, if they go for Iran, this will not stop. Because they will view this time around, it will be existential. They will see it as a matter of their survival, and they will not risk being put back in the same situation again. They will fight in ways that you did not see the last time around. This will not be proportionate. It will not be tit for tat. They will go hard, they will go fast, and they will not stop. Exactly, Ghost. Why would I expect him to have any understanding of the people in Iran? But like, I told you, if they attacked Iran, it wouldn't be the same this time, and it would be absolutely fucking bonkers, and it would be a huge deal, and I just don't know how it ends. I don't know. Ya Allah. Unconditional surrender is not. Yeah, peace is not possible because the West wants no peace. It's a good point. Only off-ramp I can see is China threatening a total embargo on the West unless they end the war. Yeah, so Barak, something interesting is that Saudi was on a call today with China, and they were, I looking at coming in to be a peacemaker, to negotiate a peace. If they could do that, that would be huge for them, because then they would also be seen as like the new world police, the new like people who are able to make peace in the world. So it would be very interesting. Even if they could only make peace between Iran and the Gulf states. Exactly, Rokus. Twelfth Imam could help. You're so right. Stop it. We're not having a Messianic war. We're not doing it from Trump's direction. We're not doing it from the Islamic direction. This is not a religious war. We're resisting. It's not happening, okay? Regime change. What is regime change? What does this mean? Who is the regime to replace the Islamic Republic? Right? I'm no fan of the Islamic Republic. I just want to know who's meant to be taking over. Because it's clearly not the Crown Prince. Not even Trump supports the Crown Prince. Who takes over? Thank you, Wallach. Thank you, Wallach. Regime change is just a word for failed state at this stage, because I don't know what that even means. Exactly, Ghost. The problem is people make arguments from a sheer lack of understanding of the geopolitical situation. They might mean well, but it's completely unrealistic. Exactly. What if we skip ahead to the 21st of March? Thank you, Felsen Former. Thank you. Pahlavi seems to be the leading candidate. Trump is all talk, I think. Crown Prince is close to Israel, close to the... But the problem is, you put Pahlavi in, right? He doesn't have support in Iran. How many days does he last before he's dead? I'm sorry, but right, like even if the regime falls, you're going to have loyalists still very present in the country. And the country, which is an extremely large country, both in terms of population and territory, how do you run that without a bureaucracy? How do you run that without a government? Pahlavi has no relationships in Iran. He has no support from the people. So who staffs this government? Sorry, am I really loud? Am I like screaming into the mic? I'm so sorry, guys. Alex Sweeney, it was saved. I unlisted it because I got embarrassed. Sometimes I get embarrassed by my streams after the stream, and I have to take them down to be able to sleep. I get stressed. The nice thing about the 12th Imam is that, according to the literature, he is meant to reappear with Jesus. So at least everyone gets their way if the 12th Imam appears. He does not have a lot of support in Iran, Hassan Nation. He doesn't. Well, that's what I've heard from Iranians, that he doesn't have support, but let's see. I think you might be getting information from very Western sources about how supported he is in Iran. Even Trump is like, I don't think he's got it. Now, they might be willing to settle for him, but I just don't understand how he could ever run a government. And I mean that in an operational way. Who makes up his government? I'm not Hassan Nation. I'm not suggesting that you are not dialed in. Okay, I'm not insulting your intelligence. I'm just saying what I have heard is very different. Okay, so I'm just looking it up, doing a little check. Hang on. Blue in the Big Bear House, thank you for the follow. Guys, Case, you forgot that one of the leaders could be, of course, Marco Rubio, the Ayatollah Rubio. Guys, stop chatting for a second. You're moving my shit. Oh my God, stop chatting. Hassan, I'm not suggesting that you don't know. I'm just saying the information on how much support he has and if he has enough support to run the fucking government without being killed in a week. I know you're not sorry. The tone might be getting lost. I think at this point it's desperation of people. That's okay. And that I'm willing, like, that's why I'm saying it could be the case that Iranian people are more and more willing to accept the horrible option of Pahlavi. My problem is Pahlavi isn't in Iran. He hasn't had, because obviously can't be. So I'm confused about the organizational strength he would have to be able to run the government of the country in a situation where what? How do people rise up and then put him into power? I saw the Greater North America thing. Rubio can run Cuba and Iran at once. Masan, I agree. Hard to see how Iranians would accept someone whose father is installed in the US but you've never lived in a country that's under a brutal Islamic dictatorship, and you might actually be willing to be ruled by someone whose father was installed by the United States if that were the only option between that and the dictatorship. You know what I mean? Like, if you have to pick the best between terrible options. I don't have a problem necessarily with the idea that there are lots of Iranians that support the Crown Prince. My problem is with the fact that does he have enough support to be able to run Iran? Oh my God, my chat just went all the way back up to the top again. Couldn't he just walk in, declare himself king, the IRGC just surrenders their weapons and kneel before him like Game of Thrones? Never seen Game of Thrones. I mean, Iranian diaspora, my understanding is that even most of the Iranians that hate the IRGC also hate America. I just think it's like choosing between two bad options, right? But my problem is, it's not, I understand that if you were choosing between two options, you would choose the Crown Prince. I just don't see the Crown Prince as a viable option. That's my issue. If you can show me how he runs Iran, how he forms a government, how that is a viable situation, then 100%. I understand that he would be chosen. I just don't view him as a... That's so cool, Toast. Let me know if the book is good. I just... Of course he would be an American puppet, but I don't... America at the moment isn't even supporting him. Donald Trump isn't supporting him as an option in the same way that he didn't support that chick in Venezuela, right? Like, so I don't see him running the country without American support, which he currently doesn't have. Sorry, I need my heart monitor. I get triggered because I feel like people think I'm supporting the Islamic Republic when I'm not. I'm not. I'm just also like, I'm not trying to create a situation where I'm putting completely unreasonable expectations on the Iranian people, nor am I trying to promote a situation that I don't think is viable for them. Because if there's one thing that I don't want for Iran, it's civil war or a failed state. Well then, Hassan Nation, I hope that the Crown Prince is able to successfully take over Iran. I think that would be a great outcome for Iran. I just don't see it as a viable option currently. But I sincerely, and I hope you believe me when I say this, I sincerely hope that I am wrong. Sincerely. Okay. Oh, guys, apparently, thank you, Hassan Nation. So we have our articles to read. Let me just check this. This one's on Venezuela, so we don't need to read this one. I don't know why I opened this one. Guys, are you guys planning a revolt in Texas? You guys need to chill. Adrian, is there an outcome where Trump's war results in positive change at all for Iranians? It's always a possibility. Always. And this is what I say, that over-rationalization is the plague of geopolitics, right? Like, I can play out 100 sort of games for you where I'm like, it's not possible because of this, you know, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, no, people are incredible. And sometimes they do incredible things that don't make sense if you're just looking at like the facts on the page and how things are meant to go strategically. Like, absolutely, it's possible that there's a good outcome for Iranians from this war. Right now, I think it fucking sucks. And a failed state would be absolutely horrible. And any kind of dictatorship that, like, if the Islamic Republic doesn't fall, even worse, because whoever comes in to be the new Ayatollah is going to be even more hardline than Khamenei. And more so than that, they're going to be like fucking pissed off with all their neighbors, right? So I just think I don't know. There are a lot of outcomes that are very bad for Iran. The number one thing, I think, these are the bad outcomes. Failed state, obviously. Civil war, obviously. As I said, I think it's a very bad idea to weaponize the Kurds. I think that's bad for everyone. An even stronger, more militant, more oppressive, more religious Islamic Republic. An IRGC military dictatorship taking over, right? So I can think of 5 terrible outcomes for Iranians if the people are able to rise up. and this is not impossible, but it's a really, really hard ask. And I wish people wouldn't throw it around as if they're asking something very small of the Iranian people who are currently being bombed, who are currently evacuating their homes, who are currently not armed, who currently have no organizing principle, and who have been repeatedly shown that their government is willing to kill them in order to ensure regime survival. So yes, it's possible, but the odds are not in the Iranian people's favor. Now, that is not to count them out at all. But just know that, like, there are a lot more bad options for Iran than there are good. And the good option requires Iranian people to rise up in absolutely insane ways to overcome the regime. I don't think the plan is to turn Iran into a network state, no. It's too big. Its territory is too complex. They want places like network states want places like Greenland, right? No military, like no terrorist threat, a small area that they can use. Like Iran is not ideal for that at all. Israel's plan is to destabilize. The ideal for, because what Netanyahu wants is an Israel that is not powerful in any way in terms of, an Iran that is not powerful in any way in terms of economic or political power, but is still not safe and an American ally, because ultimately they want to be the only diplomatic ally in the region, the only economically strong and political. They want to be, as I keep saying, they want to be what Iran was to Nixon. They want to be the linchpin of the area. So for them, it doesn't matter if Israel becomes a failed state. They wouldn't care. Oh, I've talked. Yes. I mean, 1,000%. I've talked about how Israel both times sabotaged the peace deal, because Netanyahu has said since he entered the political scene that Iran is the number one enemy. That there's no safe Israel so long as Iran exists. Not so long as Iran has the potential of getting a nuclear weapon. Not so long as Iran, keep saying death to Israel. Like what? It's not that. He has basically said, so long as Iran exists, there's an issue. And he's been saying it since the 80s. Okay. I want to read this London Review of Books essay because everyone's been telling me it's amazing. So that's what we're doing now. Okay. And you're just listening to me read because stop it. I'm so bad at this. So this is by Iskander Sadehi Borajodi. That's my attempt at his name. Okay. But I'm sure it is pronounced very different. Guys, don't look at my shit. Did you look at my shit? Hang on. Don't look at my shit. Okay. My DMs are open, pussies. I'm saying, crazy shit. Okay. The dry and the wet burn together is a Persian expression invoked when a fire spreads without discrimination. Once the blaze begins, distinctions collapse between the combustible and the damp, the guilty and the innocent, perpetrators and victims. The war launched against Iran by the United States and Israel is a war of choice and of hubris. There is scarcely even the pretense that it was compelled by evidence of an Iranian dash for a bomb or an imminent attack. Such claims do not survive scrutiny. They barely withstand repetition. We are witnessing the realization of a long-cherished ambition, a neoconservative fever dream that Benjamin Netanyahu has lobbied for in one form or another for decades. What sanctions could not achieve, what covert action, assassinations, and cyber warfare failed to deliver, direct military force would now accomplish, with the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei as its centerpiece. Trump and Netanyahu made their maximalist aims clear at the outset. This would be about regime change. What kind of regime would follow was left opaque for the rest of the world to speculate on with trepidation. It's a destructive and failed policy that Trump once vowed to retire for good. Like his mendacious pledges to restore dignity to the American working class, the promise was jettisoned as soon as he assumed office. In a farcical reenactment of the Iraq War script, we were told that the Islamic Republic would collapse like a house of cards. But unlike in 2003, there has been little attempt to persuade the wider world, or even the US Congress. The rhetorical labour that accompanied the invasion of Iraq, however flawed and dishonest, has largely been abandoned. Even senior US military officials have struggled to explain how the campaign's objectives would be achieved swiftly or decisively. The assumption of inevitability has replaced the burden of argument. The absence of justification is not incidental. It is a morbid symptom of an international system in crisis. The certainties of the United States' hegemonic stewardship of the international rules-based order have been deformed beyond recognition by the Gaza genocide, but no alternative architecture has cohered in their place. Instead, there is a politics of gangster imperialism that has neither international nor domestic consent. The premise of the war rests on a profound misreading of the Islamic Republic. For all its internal fissures and its battered legitimacy, it is not a brittle, personalist dictatorship like Saddam Hussein's Iraq or Muammar Gaddafi's Libya. Iran's formative experience was the 8-year conflict with Iraq, when it was diplomatically isolated and militarily outgunned, yet survived through a combination of ideological mobilization and asymmetrical adaptation. Since then, the regime has invested in decentralized command structures, missile and drone capabilities, and regional networks designed precisely for the scenario now unfolding, a confrontation with conventionally superior adversaries. Whether it can survive a full-blown war with the globe's largest purveyor of organized violence is an open question, but it was always unlikely to collapse in the first days of the conflict. Iran's aim now seems to be not to secure immediate victory, but to raise the cost of war to prohibitive levels. It sees the conflict as existential. Man, who's been telling you this for days? If regime change is the declared objective, then compromise is not an option. What follows is a strategy of endurance and attrition. The Islamic Republic has long prepared for the possibility that the US and Israel might eventually opt for direct confrontation. The killing of Khamenei may have altered the internal calculus. For years, he was seen, even by critics within the system, as cautiously seeking balance among competing power centers. His death removes a figure who, for all his rigidity, sometimes acted as a brake on more adventurous impulses, such as widening the retaliation to include the Gulf states that form part of the American imperial archipelago. Not that word again! Archipelago. It's in everything we read. And it's always when we get to like 5 a.m. that it comes up. And I can't say it anymore. Archipelago. 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 I said it right once. That's all we need to know. This strategy may yet backfire on its authors, but for now, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, firmly in the driving seat, seems determined to pursue it. None of this is to deny the profound polarization within Iranian society. Many people have a deep and visceral hatred of the regime. Years of economic mismanagement, corruption, repression, and squandered opportunity have corroded the social contract. The upheavals of recent years, including the protest that followed the death of Mahsa Amini in 2022 and the horrific massacre of several thousand demonstrators in January, revealed generational, class, and ideological divides that may prove insurmountable. War alters political psychology in ways that are rarely linear. Those who loathe the clerical establishment may still recoil at the spectacle of foreign jets in Iranian skies and the explicit declaration that their state is to be dismantled. External assault does not erase internal grievance, but it can reorder it. Anger at the regime may be temporarily subordinated to anger at the attacker. What in peacetime appears as irreconcilable fracture can, under bombardment, assume the form of brittle solidarity. The Islamic Republic's capacity to mobilize people is diminished from its revolutionary zenith. The Islamic Republic's capacity to mobilize people is diminished from its revolutionary zenith, but it has not evaporated. It remains adept at recoding the conflict in civilizational and defensive terms, using a rhetoric of sovereignty, martyrdom, and resistance that has been cultivated for decades and acquires renewed force when missiles fall. Khamenei's legacy was far from secure. Aged 86, he presided over an era of deepening securitization, the throttling of reformist and dissident currents, the crushing of the Green Movement in 2009, the brutal suppression of the Massa uprising in 2022-23, and the long accumulation of grievances that defy enumeration. Strategic autonomy and deterrence were prioritized over civil liberties, political pluralism, and domestic reform, while he advanced a conservative vision that railed against cultural assault from without. His central preoccupation was survival of the regime, of the state, of Iran's independence. In the region where the fates of Iraq, Libya, and Syria served as constant warnings, for many Iranians this security-first doctrine came at an intolerable cost, and they unambiguously rejected it. But in Shia theology, martyrdom carries a particular force. The memory of the Karbala death and the death of Imam Hussein are not abstract motifs, but part of a living political language and religious practice in which suffering at the hands of an unjust power acquires moral authority. To be killed by an external enemy does not simply remove a leader, it can recast him. No modern Iranian head of state has met such an end. Nasser al-Din Shah was assassinated in 1896 by a domestic radical. The last Qajar monarchs died abroad in Paris and San Remo. The Pahlavis ended their lives in exile in Johannesburg and Cairo. Khamenei's death, by contrast, will be narrated across official channels as the ultimate sacrifice in the face of a foreign assault. In death, he may acquire a clarity and coherence that eluded him in life. Many Iranians, and not a few Syrians, have openly celebrated his death, seeing it as the end of a grisly domestic legacy and regional policy that helped sustain the catastrophic civil war in Syria. But his followers, and they are not few, regarded him as more than a political figure. For them, he was a Marja al-Taqlid, source of emulation. His standing did not approach that of Grand Ayatollah Sistani in Iraq, yet his authority extended well beyond Iran's borders to the millions of Shia faithful. The manner of his death may salvage, even elevate, a legacy that had become deeply contested at home and resented abroad. Some of the most prominent slogans of the past decade targeted him directly. Death to Khamenei, death to the dictator. This is the year of blood. Sayyid Ali will be overthrown. The rage was personalized. Khamenei was not merely a political office holder with considerable personal power and a penchant for micromanagement, but the patriarchal embodiment of the system. If Trump's intention was to remove Khamenei from the political landscape, he may instead have fixed him in it, recast in the eyes of his devotees as a figure of sacrifice rather than failure. Trump's foreign policy has long oscillated between the language of retrenchment and sudden maximalist displays of fault. In this instance, paleo-conservative instincts appear to have fused with neoconservative zeal. Netanyahu's influence is not incidental. For decades, he has insisted that only decisive military action could secure Israel's unchecked regional domination. The degradation of Hezbollah and the collapse of Assad were read in Tel Aviv as evidence that Iran's regional position had been fatally compromised. There was truth in this. Both developments were serious blows to Tehran, and both Washington and Tel Aviv moved swiftly to exploit the moment. But Iran's deterrence was never reducible to its alliances, many of which were forged in the crucible of US and Israeli overreach. Its strategy was also domestic-layered, decentralized, and internally anchored. The expectation that sufficient pressure would trigger the regime's collapse confused attrition with exhaustion and vulnerability with surrender. The consequences are already radiating outward. Missile exchanges, attacks on bases, hotels and ports, the activation of allied networks across the region. American officials now admit uncertainty about the campaign's durability and scope, or even their preparedness to commit ground troops to this reckless endeavor. This is not a limited operation with predictable outcomes. It is an expanding confrontation whose boundaries are increasingly difficult to define. The war will not restore equilibrium. It's that 5 a.m. pronunciation. The war will not restore equilibrium. It will reorder the region both violently and unpredictably. The Islamic Republic is likely to emerge transformed or weakened in ways not yet visible, but the notion that it would simply dissolve under pressure was always fanciful. States formed in revolution and hardened by protracted siege do not yield easily to external diktat. The dry and wet burn together. 165 graves have been dug in Manab, in Hormozgan province, for those killed when the US or Israeli missiles struck the Sharjah Tayyib school on Saturday. Sharjah Tayyib school on Saturday morning as classes begun. Most of the dead were girls aged between 7 and 12. Washington and Tel Aviv have sought to distance themselves from the carnage. The photographic record of the desolation remains. Trump has spoken of a campaign lasting weeks. The Islamic Republic's current leadership has vowed to fight on. Wars of choice rarely confine themselves to their intended targets. They consume not only the combatants, but the assumptions that animate them. What began as an attempt to alter the regional balance may instead hasten the erosion of the order that presumed it could interfere with impunity. Tayyib. Anyway, that was a beautiful piece that I wanted to read. Okay. This is about the Kurds invade. I don't want to read anymore. I don't want to read anymore. It was a beautiful article. Such though. Guys, I think it's time for me to go to bed. Let me just check if there was anything else that I desperately wanted to talk to you about. Of course, I plan on covering this a lot because I'm not going to stop until they stop. Okay, we didn't cover Russia's intervention, what China's up to. We did cover the Trump release. We covered Hezbollah. We covered the US tests of nuclear-capable Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles. We mentioned that Ahmadinejad has made an appearance and therefore is not dead. Oh, I wanted to recommend a book, Goliath's Curse by Luke Kemp, which I think is good reading if you're interested in this kind of warfare. It's about like unequal dominance hierarchies and mass violence. It could be worth reading, or I can do like a breakdown. Yeah, I wanted to talk about Russia. Maybe we'll talk about Russia tomorrow night. It's called Goliath's Curse. I'll put it in the Discord. It's by Luke Kemp. It's not specifically on Iran. It's more about power dynamics and geopolitics and violence. But also, yeah, maybe we'll talk about Russia tomorrow because it's another one of those things that I think there's a lot of misinformation on. And that's basically what I want to cover the most, which is like when people are like, oh, let's arm the Kurds, or like Hezbollah is completely weak now. It's like if there's something that I think is getting covered, and I think the coverage is kind of flattening to the point of distorting reality, I would like to cover it to provide clarity for you so that that clarity can accompany your consumption of your everyday news, right? So we covered Hezbollah and their history of being better at terrorism than being good at conventional warfare. We explained why Iraqi Kurdistan and Kurds who are not Iranian Kurds are no longer are not going to intervene, and why Iranian Kurds don't have the conditions currently to rise up in the way that America would like them to, that it's not a viable option for them right now. So we covered Kurds, we covered Lebanon. We didn't cover Mushtaba. All I wanted to really say about the son of Khamenei is that the more that Trump fucking hates on Khamenei's son, the more his chances increase of becoming the next Ayatollah. I still don't think he is the likely choice, but I think the more that Trump shits on him, the more likely it becomes. Also, something I didn't mention is something I wanted to bring up in terms of, you're seeing a lot of oil spills because of the hits on oil in the Persian Gulf. Something to keep in mind is how this affects desalination plants, as well as, like, obviously there's huge environmental impacts, but this could fuck with water in the region, which could be a really, really big deal. But yeah, I think we covered everything I really wanted to cover today. The KKK. What is the KKK sponsorship effect? I don't have a KKK sponsorship. So I think tomorrow maybe we'll cover, maybe if everything is fine overnight, we will cover the current interactions of China and Russia with the conflict. I think that would be good for us to cover. So I'll see you here at 12:30 a.m. my time, and whatever time it is for you tomorrow. I don't have any sponsorships. You guys are my only sponsor. So the stream doesn't run without you guys and your support. And all of your support is appreciated. Oh yeah, and we learn about fucking space and shit. Okay? Okay. Bye. Wait, I gotta sing the goodbye song. Sorry. Hey, this was really fun. We hope you liked it too. Feels like we just begun when suddenly we're through. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. For now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay, 'cause I'll see you very soon, I know. Very soon, I know. Okay, good night, guys.